Good morning, everyone. I'd like to welcome you here for this meeting of the Dunedin City Council. And I'd like to begin proceedings by handing over to Mr. Sailosi Bole, who will open the meeting with a prayer on behalf of the Tongan Methodist Church. And we also have Wairiki, who will preface that with karakia.
Kia ora tātou. Ka haia te ata, ka hāpara te ata, kokoro ki ta manu, ko wairaro te tukutu ko te ata nu, ka haraina kata ki te umere hepo, heo, ka awa te ati hei maurora. Papa ki tuana ngā tai o arai tiuru, e ki ana te koro arai tiuru ki uta arai tiuru ki tai. Arai tiuru te waka, ko tau nei. Whānau paki, whakaari, tatu atu rā ki ōwhio, tatu atu rā ki te tai o tākau, e papaki nei, e papaki nei, e papaki nei. Papaki nei ki ngā mate o te wā, ki ngā mate tāruru nui, o tēnā whaitu o tēnā moka, o tēnā pito o te motu, mai te rerenga wairua tatu atu rā ki rakiura, ki whare kauri, ki konea noho ki o te poti. Papa te whatitiri hiko te uira, kanapu ki te rangi, he patu ki kiraro, ruana te whenua, he ngā mate ohorere nei, ai tērā wiki tata nei, o enere, te rā ia tō tātou tama, o ma te rā ia, ki tō tātou tāone, i runga anō, i runga anō i te ngākau ohorere nei, ko kai kinikini nei i a tātou o tira kai ngā rangatira, kai ngā rangatahi o te hāpuri nei. Nō rere tika ana kia mihiara, kia tangi hia, kia poroporaki hia, kia mihiara ki tōna kāwai, mai te taki ki rarotonga, mai te moana nui ākiwa, tatu atu rā ki Aotearoa nei. Nō reira, kai ngā mate, haere. Haere whakangaro atu rā ki te pōuriru, te pōtangotango, oki atu ai. Rātou kia rātou, e tau, tātou te ongara kia tātou, tēnā tātou katoa. Kai ngā rangatira, kai ngā kahika, kai iaku mata huanga, no paritihini, nei te ngākau whakaiti e tū, whakaiti nei ki mua i a koutou, kia kaha, kia maia, kia manoa nui, kia mau, ki ngā tikanga, ki ngā kōrero tuku iho rātou mā, e tika ana, mai te moana ki te awa, toitu. Ka mutu kia tātou, kai taku rangatira nei, wawāhi nei ngā kaupapa o te wā, kia noho mai i runga anō i tō mana, tō wehi, tō tapu, kia tau mai anō ki tēnei o te hāpurini o te poti, nō reira kai taku tuakana, kai taku pāpai mihi ana ki a koe. O tira koutou, e ngā kahika o tēnei, o te rohe nei, e mihi atu ana ki a koutou, tēnā koutou, kia ora tātou katoa.
Kia ora.
Whatapa ke whia toa tauroro tonga, whio i whanua, kau mai langi. Whatapa ke tangata whenua, kere e ki o te poti. Whatapa ke mea, pamo i kau council o City of Dunedin. Samoa Language Week. Vai aso o re ngangana Samoa, tautua o re alofa, manuia le lumanai. Serve with love for a blessed future. Ke tau lotu, let us pray. Nei ono tau nia siova ilo maki, pero siova ni afioni ki tūlau i tāni ti, ko siova tēne whoakiwi kono kakai, ko siova tēne atu kono kakai miri no manau tāpuaki. Lord God, creator of all things, both here on earth and above the heavens, we humbly come before you, firstly to give you thanks, glory and honor. Forgive us our trespasses, but deliver us from evil. We lift our eyes unto the hills, from whence cometh our help. Our help comes from the Lord, which made heaven and earth. We live by your grace. Thank you, Lord, for granting us the opportunity to come together and to be part of this important meeting. Before you go about our day's business, we pray, O Lord, for your perfect peace to be upon the family of Enerem, Karen, Dana. In the midst of life's storms, we long for the calm of serenity. Help us, Lord, to find peace in the midst of chaos, in tranquility in the face of adversity. In our relationships with others, let us seek harmony, guide our words and actions to promote peace and love among those we interact with daily. Lord, there are a lot of questions that we struggle to find answers and meaning of what has been happening in our community. Guide us, Lord. Let forgiveness and empathy be the foundation of our connections. And may any conflicts be resolved with grace. Lord, we pray for strength, comfort, and be the ultimate source of healing and peace for the families, friends, Ainga, everyone affected by this tragic incident. Dear Lord, we pray for wisdom from above to be upon the Mayor of Dunedin, Deputy Mayor, and the members of this council. Bless each and everyone here with your spirit of discernment, strength, wisdom, and compassion in their decision makings. Inspire them, Lord, to serve and work towards the betterment of the people of this great city of Otepoti. Give them direction, I pray, O Lord. Shine your light and lead the way. May they be your instruments of bringing peace, justice, and harmony to our community. Lord, we pray for our police officers. Equip them with strength, empower them with courage to keep the peace in our community. We pray for peaceful coexistence with each other in our community. Help us foster connections and understanding among ourselves. May our communities be places of support, friendship, and shared responsibilities. Lord, I lift up the families and loved ones of these men and women in this place. They are here for a reason, fulfilling their duties and responsibilities, but they need support, they need assurance and encouragement. May their families be their source of blessings, as you, Lord, grant each and every one of them with your divine provision in abundance. Dear Lord, meet all their needs according to your unfathomable riches. Thank you, Lord, as you spoke through your prophet, for I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, to give you a future and a hope. Whakato mai e kai Lord pa moe hu, ku hake atuna. Tāpua ki mai, whamonuia mai me ia, pa moe whataha koeni. We pray and ask all these things in your mighty name, Jesus Christ our Lord and Savior. Amen.
Do you wish to add to that, Wairaki? Thank you. Kia ora, and thank you very much. At this point, I'd like to acknowledge the tragic event of last week and the passing of Enane. This is a grave tragedy for our community, and of course it happened in a very public place where a lot of people congregate and a lot of people pass through on a regular daily basis. This is very significant, and the ripples of this tragic event will spread and have spread widely throughout our community. So just last night and again this morning, I spoke to people that know people that were there at the time that need some support at this time, and that support will be required and ongoing. And I'd just like to say in this time of great sadness to reassure the community that we as a council are working hard with the regional council and the police, and we will go forward to spread, to work on the safety situation at the bus hub, both structurally and socially. So we intend to spread that ripple of interaction with the community to improve the situation there, and that's the very least we can do in memory of Enare. And I think all of us feel this situation very deeply. I'd now like to pass the microphone to any councillors that may also wish to say something before we move to public forum, in case someone has something that they would like to say. Thank you. So, Mari, Councillor Fiso.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Mayor. Whawhatai mo le awanoa. Thank you for the opportunity. I just simply wish to offer a waiata, calling on us to stand together as the kahikatea tree and be one. There are lots of factors that contributed to the incident that happened in the bus hub. And of course, personally, I just want to send big aroa to the Ta'ana McLaren whānau. And also, I am also thinking of the parents and whānau and of the young man who is now in state custody as a result of his actions. So just sing this wee waiata. E tu kahikatea, hei whakapai ururoa, hawhi mai hawhi atu, tātou e. He tu kahikatea, hei whakapai ururoa, hawhi mai hawhi atu, tātou e. Hawhi mai hawhi atu, tātou e.
Ngā mihi. Kia ora. I'll just take a moment's silence while we think of what has happened, what has gone, before we move to public forum. Thank you. Yes, okay. I would now invite Wairiki.
Kia ora tātou. I'll just hei whakatepe ake I tēnei o ngā kōrero nei, kia enere kia karakia. Puritia mai te taurua te rangi kia tīna, kia whena, kia tokoto manoora, tīna tokoto manoora, ki hea tīna tokoto manoora, kia rangi nui e tui honei ka papatu anu, e takoto nei. Ki tēnā o tātou, te whānau, ngā whanaunga, me ngā piringa karanga maha, āpiti atu ki te hunga māwiwi, te hunga e tāmina I te pauritanga koira, e rongo, e whakairihi ake ki runga, tūturua whiti whakamaua kia tīna, haumi e hui e, tai ki e. Kia ora tātou.
Kia ora. Thank you, gentlemen. Your input has been much appreciated. Kia ora. All right. So we will now move to public forum, and we have quite a number of speakers at the public forum. The first of those is Jen Szuzicki, who's been with us before, I believe. And I would just like to advise everyone, and I will endeavour to remind you as we go through, that everyone has 5 minutes to speak. And there is a clock on the screen behind me, usually on each screen. And then there's the opportunity for 5 minutes of questions from councillors. So because we have 10 minutes, at least 10 speakers, and at 10 minutes each, that could really take us up to 2 hours. So just bear that in mind. And so please try and stick with the 5 minutes, and the councillors will stick with 5 minutes for questions. Thank you very much. And the microphone in front of you, when you're ready to speak, just press the button. And if a councillor asks you a question, that will automatically turn your microphone off. So in other words, you only need to use the button to turn the microphone on. And whoever's ready to speak will press their microphone, and that will transfer the sound to them.
I think it might be appropriate to acknowledge the large community in the
Yes,
auditorium.
Yes, I did speak to them outside, but bear in mind that there's also an equal size audience sitting in the foyer outside this meeting room, and I imagine there are many people at home watching it on the live stream. So, thank you very much. Ms. Szyszewski.
Thank you. There is a great sadness here, not just for our young people. I'm here to speak about housing. It's a human right, spiritual beliefs, religious beliefs, any type of morality dictates that we create shelters for our community. It's a public health issue, and I shouldn't have to say this, but universal housing also saves money for all of the capitalists sitting around the table here. And it's a ripple effect that can be felt throughout our community. I can't tell you how disappointing it is as an American coming here and thinking I was coming to a more just and equitable society, a more caring society, to find out that we're just doing what has been done in America before. We have currently 3,765 community members who do not have stable housing, and quite a few of them are living outdoors. It's a little burgeoning tent village out there, and if you've never lived outside before, I encourage you to give it a try this time of year. Our metrics are going in a bad direction. Food Help Dunedin has doubled. I hope you all know this already. I hope I don't have to say anything more, that everyone is like one payment away from losing their ability to house their children, skipping meals. And I'm calling on the DCC to do something towards functional zero this winter, like it's an emergency. And I know that's almost a cliche, right? Because I came here for a climate emergency, and housing emergency is related, right? Because my community in Waitati, any winter storm, and we're going to have a bunch of homeless people. So there's a lot of solutions that could be done. We could be resourcing Mana Whenua, who have the ability to think as a community and look out for each other. Universal housing models exist in the United States. That's what I'm familiar with, but I'm sure there are elsewhere where we could be scaled towards Dunedin and creating clusters within mixed residential housing with wraparound services. Clustered because then it's more efficient, not one giant housing project to make it more effective. I also distinctly remember meeting with a past CEO of the DCC, discussing the immense amount of property and unused buildings here. I know funding is an issue, but there is an immense amount of wealth in our city, and we've got to do something to stop the hoarding of wealth so that some people have so much. A house is across the street from me, completely empty, 360 out of 365 days a year. Their garage is bigger than my home. These empty homes, these homes that are used for Airbnbs, there's got to be incentives, ways that we can turn those into housing for our own community. You know, this is complicated. I'm not going to sit here and act like I have the solutions. I worked with homeless community in San Francisco Bay Area as a co-founder of Share the Warmth, but the people on the ground know what needs to be done. And you know, in the long run, we could be doing things like community land and housing trusts, Again, models exist where I lived in California. They've already made all the mistakes. So we just have to learn from what they already know and create that here. But in the short run, the DCC can do things, rallying all of our resources, encouraging construction companies, Polytech, SkillSec, anyone with resources in our city to create shelter for our community, please. Also, there are individuals like Janine Walker who are doing good work, who are asking people to fund $365 a month for storage of their stuff to provide for the community in need. There's got to be a way the DCC can provide right now, like this week, free places, a free dry place for her to keep all of her goods that she gives to these community members. So yeah, please just, the ripple effect when kids have a place to live that's stable will go into the schools. We're creating desperation for our young people and desperation for adults in our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, and I'll just say, there are many people coming after me who are going to talk about human rights, that we deserve safety. We all deserve safety, right? We all deserve shelter. And if we sit here and act like having a half dozen people living in the Oval is okay, before long, it's going to be okay to have 20 tents, and then it'll be okay to have 50 tents, right? Like, it's a slippery slope, so that's why it's an emergency. If we don't do something now, the problem will grow. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Vandevers.
Thank you for coming today. You've said that we create shelter for our people. Who is the we that you're talking about?
I'm talking about every single one.
Sorry, you press the microphone again.
Thank you for the reminder. I'm talking about all of us. If we have somewhere to live, we have the ability to help someone else, whether it is through financing. We have people in this community who have way more than they need. And so they should have the lion's share of contributions towards making sure that everyone in our community has funding for shelter. There are organizations around the world like Habitat for Humanity, where people work for free to provide shelter with the people who are going to receive that shelter. I'm talking about businesses. I'm talking about businesses who want to be on George Street without having crime and bricks thrown through their windows when people reach desperation. Now, I'm not saying homeless people are criminals, but what I am saying is when you create generations of people who have no hope, who don't have basic rights met, you're going to create problems for all of us, right? Everyone has a responsibility.
Are you aware that the DCC already supplies 940 community housing units, and that the rest of the ratepayers, many of them also experiencing hardship, are having to subsidise those at a rate of more than $1 million a year now?
Then I'd recommend creating a more progressive tax system where people like me who are living week to week aren't paying extra because we have community service cards, but that the people who have 3, 4, 5, 7 homes who go on holidays every other weekend, who eat out all the time, they give up their avocado toast for a change.
I get a more progressive tax system, but surely that's not something that the DCC can do. We're already doing a great deal. Isn't progressive tax a government issue?
Sorry. Look, Councillor, we're going to end up in a debate here, and I think we'll just keep it to simple questions. And so we've had a question. We have another question from Councillor Mayhem, then there's Councillor Walker, and we'll be through it. We've got 2 minutes 30 left, so Councillor Mayhem.
Kia ora, and thank you, Jen, for coming to speak to us. This is something I'm very passionate about, and I just wonder if you realise the number of tents on the Oval is just a tiny portion of the people that are actually sleeping rough. I think that there are a lot of people who don't want to be in plain sight, but I applaud those in the tent there. Do you know the actual number of homeless people in the city at the moment?
According to people who work with the population, it's 3,765 that are living in garages or on couches or in cars, which is unacceptable.
That's right. So that could be our young rangatahi sleeping on couches at their friends' houses, or people just waiting for emergency accommodation. So what you've suggested storage to help the wonderful bedding bank lady. have you got some other ideas that we could do today?
There's got to be a way to have a trust of some sort where we are getting resources from the wealthy in our community, whether it's like some kind of donation, some kind of fee. I don't know how we can financially, legally structure this. But like, yeah, this month we're starting to create this fund, which is going towards housing in our community. All the people on the ground, Food Help Dunedin, all of those folks who are already doing it, they have the answers. I'm not the expert here by any means, but like I would get behind the people who are successfully supporting our community, and I would listen to them, as well as the Welfare Advisory Group.
Thank you. Councillor Walker, briefly.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Jen. Thanks for reminding us how quickly we've forgotten Maslow's hierarchy of needs. I understand the UK situation, but you touched on America, and I'll ask you a question related to a city there, San Francisco, that once had no homeless problems and now is described as a city of mega homelessness. What are the lessons we can learn from places like San Francisco and in California that perhaps we can avoid doing here to replicate what is a systemic and awful issue in that city?
A huge chunk of our USA population are military veterans. A huge chunk of our population had one random thing happen to them, whether it was a health problem, whether it was a job loss, just it doesn't take long to get far behind domestic violence, and so you're forced out of your home, right? Like so many things can happen with people who have master's degrees or people who have had professional jobs their entire life, and at 45 they're considered washed out of their industry, and so all of a sudden they have nowhere to go and nobody will hire them. So the notion that we're safe from homelessness is a lot of us are right on the brink at any time.
Thank you. No, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Britsky.
More homeless PhD people in San Francisco.
Kia ora. Now, I think for councillors, please, can we keep questions brief so that everybody has a fair chance to ask questions, and we just don't need a preamble, just straight to the question if we can. Next, we have Kerry Cleaver.
Kia ora, ka mihi mahana ki a koutou, ko aura ki te mauka, ko aparima te awa, ko takitimu te waka, no kai tahu ka te mamoi wai taha ahau. He uri ahau o ka hapu o tauka raua ka te hui rapa. Ko Kerry Cleaver toku I koa. Kerry Cleaver, I whakapapa to these lands, and I'm here to talk about the motion about Palestine. I also want to pay respect, aroha and manaaki to the whānau of the Rakatahi who we lost last week, and a big warm manaaki to the Pacific community who are dealing with the loss and grief around that. I stand here today as mana whenua on these lands and as a social work academic, both positions that afford me the privilege and lived experience of understanding oppression and harm. For the past 7 months, I've been in tautoko of our Dunedin Palestinian whānau in their daily knowing and living through family experiences of harm in Gaza. Today, we don't need to debate this as a fact or not. We are the witnesses to it if we take the time to look online. To the crimes against Palestine and its people. The ICC has issued a warrant to the leader of Israel to stand accused of genocide and war crimes. Our Palestinian whānau are our whānau. They are citizens, they are takata te tiriti. In Dunedin, we have a long history of migration from Palestine. We have welcomed Palestinians and made space for them to have a safe place to live while the occupation on their lands continue. In 1840, across this land, Kaitahu agreed that immigration can occur from lands across the water, not just from Britain, but from many countries. This documentation of relationship is what binds us together. and allows us to live side by side. It is the treaty that allows many of you here today. With the privilege of safety and security, I ask you to extend out the same generosity and manaaki that has been given to all those that have settled on our lands since 1840 and slightly before, to the whānau of our Palestinian community members, to call on the government to create a safe passage from the war zone, from the genocide, and to establish the special visas. Well, as a council, you don't have the authority to action this yourself. You do have the authority to acknowledge our community members' suffering as they see their whānau be continually displaced, having homes bombed, be starved and be killed. You have the authority to put forward a call to government to stand on the foundations of kaitahu manaaki to you and your ancestors, and also on the foundations of New Edinburgh, which sought an egalitarian society where people had access to rights and humanity. Today the world is being tested on our humanity, and our mokopuna grandchildren will hold us to account. Like we have held our ancestors accountable for complicity in slavery and colonisation and lack of recognition of women's rights, and on issues of homophobia and apartheid. Be on the right side of history. I ask you to vote in favour of the motion, to acknowledge the deep concern felt by our Palestinian whānau and their urgent efforts to bring whānau here to safety, to call on the Minister of Immigration to urgently establish a special visa, to call on the government to make efforts to ensure safe passage for Palestinian whānau. To do anything less than this is to be complicit in the genocide we are all witnessing. I'm going to leave that there and acknowledge that the most important voices are the voices yet to come from our Palestinian whānau who have that real experience knowing what is happening to their whānau over there. Kia ora, ka mihi.
Kia ora. Are there any questions? Councillor Walker.
Yeah, I have one brief question, and thank you for coming to speak to us today. It's often suggested that local councils putting forward motions like this don't have effect. And I think you alluded to that partly in what you said. What would your response to that be? I think you talked about authority. We have the authority. Just press the button.
I would say that when we voice our beliefs and our support about anything, we are giving effect. We are giving effect to all the people that have endorsed you sitting at the tables today, and your voice collected with all other voices tells our Palestinian whānau we care about them, we care about their whānau, tells us as kaitahu that you understand the obligations that you have that have been taken from us in the breaches of the treaty. You now sit in this space where you get to make these decisions and have the power to do that. And I would ask you to use your voices. That voices have power. They have had power across history.
Thank you. Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Kerry, how are you? If we do vote to send this letter, do you think we could get what do you think how powerful would it be if Kaitahu also followed up with us with a similar letter, like a similar action? Given that we're, as you just said at the start, we're kind of outside our authority area, well, this is really sending a message to government.
Yeah, I think that's a good challenge that you put forward, and one that I think that is worth taking up. It wouldn't be kaitahu, it would be local runaka positioning, but definitely willing to equal the challenge I lay out here and take that challenge back to Puketeraki and lay that out.
Kia ora. Thank you. Councillor Vandevers.
What would your answer be to someone who said the Israel-Palestine war is a terrible thing and that you seem to be taking one side?
I would say that that person needs to go and have a look and see what the documentation and what the world is witnessing, because I think that you can't turn your eyes around from the moving people and bombing their houses. You can't get away from the destruction of what is happening in Gaza, of the loss of life. Over 35,000 people have lost their lives since the 7th of October last year. You can't get away from the bombing that happened in the last 24 hours into a tent site, the last area that they've been shoved into, open air prison that has always existed since 1948 in the Nakba. You just can't shift your eyes away from that and then say that this is about equity of that there are two sides to this. There are not two sides. The power and the resources sit on one side. The experience and the harm predominantly sits on the other side, and that's with our Palestinian whānauka.
Okay. Councillor Mayhem, briefly.
Thank you, Ms. Cleaver. Would you say that anybody who had a heart needed to be on the right side of history when it comes to decision making on this very important issue?
Yes, I would say if you have a heart, you're going to feel what is happening, you're going to see what's happening, you're going to take the time to do your research and know what is happening over there. And you're also going to think about, like I said in my speech, about what side of history you want to be on, what you want your descendants to say about what you did here today as a council.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation, Ms. Cleaver. Next we have Nasu Al-Sadoni. And just before we get to there, I'd just like to move that Council extends the public forum beyond 30 minutes. Seconded, Councillor Mayhem. All in favour say aye. Aye. Carried. And Nasu Al-Sadoni. Yes.
Assalamu alaikum.
Now, I just note for councillors that Amira Salim will be the interpreter here, so it might take a little bit longer to hear from Mr. Al-Sadoni. And similarly, if we're asking questions, please keep them very concise. Mr. Al-Sadoni.
اضغط على الزر ولا
There we go.
السلام عليكم كيورا.
السلام عليكم كيورا.
Push the button. Mike.
تقدير.
I would like to give all my gratitude and welcome.
باللقاء.
I think, sorry, just use your microphone, it'll be fine, because we can hear, his voice is very clear, so we can hear him, and if we use your microphone, because you'll be interpreting, so.
For all who are organizing this,
كل التحية والتقدير إنكم شرفتوني بهذا اللقاء معكم.
I'm honored to be invited for this meeting.
الذي يبحث في هموم الفلسطينيين المقيمين في نيوزيلندا.
That's discussing the worries of Palestinians living in New Zealand.
أنا نصوح السعدوني.
I'm Nasuh Saduni,
صحفي.
journalist.
كنت أعمل مديرا للأخبار والبرامج السياسية في تلفزيون فلسطين.
I was a manager of the news in Palestinian TV.
غادرت غزة.
I left Gaza
مع ابنتي دانيا وهديل.
with my two daughters, Dania and Hadil,
بعد حرب 2014.
after 2014 war
بهدف العلاج في مصر.
for seeking treatment in Egypt.
وفي عام 2019
And in 2019,
وصلت إلى نيوزيلندا أنا وابنتي.
I came here to New Zealand with my 2 daughters,
وهي المحطة الأخيرة
which is my last stop
بعد رحلة عذاب وشقاء استمرت 5 سنوات.
after a long journey of trouble for 5 years.
أعيش الآن مع عائلتي، زوجتي وبناتي وأحفادي في دنيدن.
I live now with my family and my wife and my daughters and my grandchildren in Dunedin.
وأهلي ما زالوا في قطاع غزة.
And my family is still in Gaza,
يتعرضون للإبادة الجماعية.
Facing genocide,
كباقي شعبنا هناك.
as the rest of my people there.
هدم بيتي.
My home is destroyed,
وفقدت 2 شهداء أولاد أخواتي.
and I lost my 2 nieces
جراء هذه الحرب البشعة.
As a result of this destructive war.
التي وقودها الأطفال والنساء.
That has been fueled by women and children.
وكذلك وقودها البيوت.
And that has been fueled by homes
والمدارس.
and schools
والمستشفيات.
and hospitals
والمساجد.
and mosques
والبنى التحتية.
and the infrastructure.
إضافة إلى سياسة التجويع.
Also beside the hunger and famine.
مصطلحات جديدة ابتكرتها إسرائيل في الحروب المتقدمة.
New terminology that has been created by Israel in its war.
من لا يموت من القصف يموت من الجوع.
Who don't die from bombing die from hunger.
ومن الخوف والقلق والألم.
And from worry and from fear and from pain.
هذا هو حال أهلنا في قطاع غزة.
That's the conditions of our people in Gaza.
الذنب الوحيد لهم أنهم متمسكون بأرضهم.
Their only mistake is that they are holding on to their land.
ويرفضون التهجير.
And they are against displacement and immigration.
التي فرضتها إسرائيل.
This war that has been made by Israel
منذ 76 عام.
from 76 years.
وليس في 7 من أكتوبر.
And not from the 7th of October.
وللأسف مدعومة من الولايات المتحدة وبريطانيا وألمانيا.
And it's supported from the US, Britain and German.
والصمت الغربي.
And the silence of the West.
إسرائيل كما تشاهدون وتعلمون تضرب بعرض الحائط كل قرارات الأمم المتحدة.
Israel, as you see, does not care about any of the United Nations decisions.
كل المواثيق الدولية.
And all global
حتى محكمة العدل الدولية.
Even the International Court of Justice
ترفض قراراتها.
does not care about its decisions.
وترد عليها بمجزرة رفح أمس.
And respond by the genocide and the massacre of Rafah yesterday.
تقصف خيام النازحين بالصواريخ.
Bombing the tents with rockets.
وتحرق الأطفال والنساء والشيوخ.
And burning kids and old and elders.
أين أمريكا التي تتشدق بالحرية؟
Where is the US
والمساواة
that is calling for
والعدل؟
justice?
إنه إرهاب دولة بكل ما تعنيه الكلمة.
It's a terror of a country with all what it means.
إنهم مجرمون قتلة.
They are murderers.
نازيون.
Nazis.
أكثر من 15,000 طفل يقتل، ما ذنبه؟
More than 15,000 child. What did they do?
أكثر من 10,000 امرأة تقتل، ما ذنبها؟
More than 10,000 women. What did they do?
أكثر من 36,000 شهيد.
more than 36,000 martyrs,
وأكثر من 80,000 جريح
and more than 80,000
وآلاف المفقودين.
and a lot lost.
إنها إبادة جماعية بكل ما تعنيه الكلمة
It's a complete genocide with all what it means.
ضد شعب أعزل.
Against
نحن فلسطينيون على أرض نيوزيلندا.
we are Palestinians on the New Zealand land.
نقولها بالفم المليان.
Say it with all our heart.
محبتنا لفلسطين هي محبتنا لنيوزيلندا.
Our love to Palestine is our love to New Zealand,
التي فتحت لنا أبوابها
which opens its doors to
واحتضنتنا
ours
ورحبت بنا
and welcomed us
كلاجئين.
as refugees.
قدمت لنا كل أنواع الدعم
Give us all support
والمساعدة والمساندة.
and help and support.
لم نشاهد عبر 5 سنوات من وجودنا في نيوزيلندا
We have not seen during our 5 years of stay in New Zealand
إلا الابتسامة العريضة
except a big smile
والكلمة الطيبة.
and the nice words.
هذا البلد الجميل
This beautiful country
الذي احتضننا ونعيش فيه
that embraced us and that we
في
lived
أمن
here
وأمان.
is in peace.
لكن الفرحة لم تكتمل عندنا.
But our happiness did not complete
فرحتنا ناقصة لأن قلوبنا معلقة بأهلنا في غزة.
because our hearts and soul in Gaza.
لم نشعر بالسعادة التي نحياها هنا
We didn't feel the happiness that we are living here now
لأننا نتألم ونتوجع على أقرب الناس إلينا.
because we are suffering and in pain for our people there.
أصبنا بحالة اكتئاب.
We are very
نفوسنا أصبحت مريضة.
we are sick and
ليلا ونهارا ننتظر سماعة التليفون لنبلغ باستشهاد أحد من أفراد عائلتنا.
day and night we are waiting on a phone call hearing that some of our family is dead.
نحن عاجزون عن تقديم أي مساعدة لهم.
We cannot do anything to help them.
هم يعيشون في خيام.
They are living in tents
ونحن نعيش في نيوزيلندا.
and we are living in New Zealand.
يا أهلنا في نيوزيلندا.
Our whānau in New Zealand.
يا ماوريون في نيوزيلندا.
Maori people in New Zealand.
يا كيويون في نيوزيلندا.
Kiwi people in New Zealand.
يا شعب نيوزيلندا.
Our New Zealand people.
نطلب منكم طلبا واحدا.
We only ask one thing.
نحن فلسطينيين مقيمين على أرض نيوزيلندا ومواطنين نيوزيلنديين.
We are Palestinians living on New Zealand land and we are New Zealand people.
نتمنى أن نعامل معاملة الأوكرانيين في نيوزيلندا.
We want to be treated like Ukrainian people in New Zealand.
النيوزيلنديين أصحاب الجنسيات الأخرى.
And all New Zealand with other nationalities.
لا فرق بين نيوزيلندي من أصل فلسطيني أو نيوزيلندي من أصل أوكراني.
There is no difference between a New Zealander from a Ukrainian origin or from a Palestinian origin.
نطالبكم بتسهيل
We ask you to make it easy
وإحضار أهلنا إلى نيوزيلندا فقط للعلاج.
to bring our
ليس للهجرة.
to bring our people to New Zealand just for seeking treatment, not for staying.
ساعدونا فهم يستحقون المساعدة.
Please help us because they really need help.
ساعدونا ساعدونا.
Help us, help us.
ودمتم.
Thank you.
A question, Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and assalamu alaikum and shukran. 2 questions. Firstly, how many family members do you have in Gaza? And just how important would it be for those people for us to create a similar situation as we did with Ukraine for a special visa for family members?
كيف أجيبهم؟
لا يعني الأول كم عدد أصناف أفراد الأسرة في نيوزيلندا وهيمثل لك إزاي أهمية الفيزا اللي هيعملها لك زي بتاعت الدولة.
You could turn your microphone on now. or either. Yeah, that one.
أخواتي
My brothers and sisters,
أبناء إخوتي
their brother, like their kids.
وقبل كل شيء أنا لا أتحدث عن نفسي
And before everything, I'm not talking about only myself.
أنا أتحدث عن كل فلسطيني موجود على أرض نيوزيلندا.
I'm talking on behalf of every Palestinian living on New Zealand.
والله لم أقصد أن آتي بأهلي لا والله.
I didn't mean just my family, no.
ولكن هم جميعا يستحقون أن يخرجوا فقط للعلاج للراحة لأنهم يحتاجون العلاج النفسي.
They all need to be treated, especially mental treatment.
وهم لا يملكون شيئا.
And they do not have anything.
سوى خيمة من ورق
Just
أو قماش.
Just a tent made of cloth or paper.
كيف نساعدهم؟
How could we help them?
Okay, thank you. And that covers our questions. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Shukran. Next, we have Neve Ashton from Otago Students for Justice in Palestine. Yes.
Kia ora. My name's Neve Ashton, and I'm on the organising committee for the Otago Students for Justice in Palestine. I'm a student with a BA in PPE, and I'm currently studying a diploma in theatre. I work just across the Octagon at Velvet Burger, so if any of you are out late on a Saturday night, surely come in, say hi. Our burgers are primo. Before I properly begin today, I'd just like to thank the Council for its time. This is my first time speaking on a public forum for local government or any sort of government, so I'm very excited. As I said, I'm here today representing Otago Students for Justice in Palestine, or OSJP, in support of the motion to grant the visas. We are a student-led organisation following the global movement of student protesters worldwide who are using the power of their speech and their collective action to stand up to the genocide unfolding in Gaza. We are a group that believes first and foremost that human rights are universal and that human suffering in all its forms must end. I'd hope that would be a position that everyone here on the Council can agree with. Furthermore, we believe it is the duty of those with power to use said power to mitigate suffering to the best of their ability. That's why I'm up here today. The student body of the Otago University has shown that it is firmly on the side of humanity. OSJP recently held a rally at the university, which was organised by the Muslim Students Association, and we were blown away by the amount of support and energy that our fellow students brought to the event. Hundreds of students marched from Union Lawn to outside the Clock Tower, chanting in opposition to genocide and in support of human rights. As history has shown, from the Vietnam War to apartheid South Africa, whenever the students have stood up in protest, even in the face of mass censorship, slander and crackdown, they have always been right and they have always been vindicated. What's happening today is no different to the protests of the 60s and 70s. We, the students, see the horror, we see the suffering, we see the starving children, we see the torture, we see the thousands of people forced to die slow deaths under the rubble of their own homes, we see the concentration camps, we see the occupation, we see apartheid, we see genocide, and we are not having it. So I'm up here today supporting the motion to grant the visas to our whānau trapped in Gaza, who are besieged, under relentless bombardment, living in utterly sickening conditions with little access to food nor water. Peoples whose lives are depending on whether they get their visas or not. I ask the Council this simple question. If you had the opportunity to save a single life with the flick of your pen or the raising of your hand or however you conduct business here, pass votes, would you? Would you use the power entrusted to you by the people of Dunedin to save desperate people in dire need of escape and reprieve, who are traumatised by the ceaseless bombing, who are starving to death, who might end up as just another statistic atop the mountain of bodies if their visas are not granted? I think the right course of action is obvious. And if, for whatever reason, it's not, and you decide to pass a negative vote, then you will have forever stained your public records with blood. When kids read about the history, read the history books 50 years from now, will the record show that you voted to save lives? Or will it show that you voted against human suffering? Or will it show that you sneered in the face of what's right, that you took the side of apathy, of suffering, of death? Because if you do pass a negative vote, that's exactly what you'll be doing. So the students of the University of Otago and the world implore you all, take the right side of history, take the side of humanity, and vote in favour of this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Niamh, for coming in. My question is around what's happening also in Israel at the moment, and it relates to what you just said. Do you think it's indicative even of the mood within Israel itself, as evidenced just 2 days ago by the tens of thousands of people, Israelis marching, protesting the Netanyahu government in Tel Aviv?
Do I think that that's indicative?
Indicative of a desire to see...
Yeah, I mean, people want peace, right? People want an end to the death, to the suffering. And I think that's something everyone should want, you know, to be honest.
Thank you. Councillor Fiso.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Mayor, tēnā koe, Niamh. What's your response to people in the West, such as ourselves, who still think it's all about Hamas?
I think they've been led astray down a propaganda machine, because this didn't begin on October 7th. It began 75 years ago with the Nakba, when 750,000 Palestinians were forced out of their land, forced to concentrate in Gaza and the West Bank, and that has only continued over the past decades, and we're seeing it accelerate now under this far-right Zionist, essentially fascist government that is intent on the eradication of the Palestinian people.
Thank you for your presentation. And next we have Dave Cairns from Unions Otago.
Kia ora koutou. My name's Dave Kearns. I'm speaking as a member on behalf of Unions Otago, which is the union's local branch of the New Zealand Council of Trade Unions, Te Koe Kaimahi. Te Koe Kaimahi represents over 360,000 people in New Zealand who are workers and union members here. Unions Otago is here to speak in support of the resolution, which I believe is for the council to write to government seeking a special visa category for family members of Dunedin's Palestinian community. Before that, I need to acknowledge the previous speakers, and particularly the first speaker who spoke on the housing crisis here in Otipoti, Dunedin. As I'll mention shortly, human rights in Dunedin and human rights in Gaza are really the same thing. We can't take on one without the other. So the union movement in New Zealand has many connections to international workers' bodies and stands up for workers' rights and human rights, using our collective voice in action wherever those issues need our support. Social justice, workers' rights and human rights are very much intertwined and often are the same thing. As such, events like this genocide being perpetrated in Palestine, which affects workers and communities in such an awful, nearly unbelievable way, is union business. While it's not always good to compare things that have happened around the world over decades and generations, what is happening in Gaza right now is arguably the most horrific, large-scale and certainly illegal massacre of innocent people, and it's occurring right before our eyes. That has happened during our generation. Unions Otago members have been present in the Justice for Palestine rallies that have happened right here in the Octagon since October of last year, and we've seen large and sustained support from the people of Dunedin who elected you through the summer and now through the winter, and it's very still sustained. If the atmosphere that I've witnessed at the rallies is anything to go by, the Palestinian community of Dunedin have already done a great service to their city. You have the opportunity to throw your weight behind them and push, and we all need to push, keep pushing, and keep the weight on. And I believe it is now having an effect around the world and with other governments' actions and stances that they are starting to take. This genocide will end at some point. We will all need to reflect when we draw breath and say that we did something about it. So Unions Otago urges you to support this resolution. He waka eke noa. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor O'Malley.
Hey, Mr. Mayor, Dave, how are you? You pointed on the role of unions and saying that this isn't necessarily your core activity, but it's something that if it's a union position, it has to have consistency with positions that sit well outside your day-to-day operations. Would you suggest that's also how the council should look at this as well? We don't have the authority to do those visas, but we are local government and we speak directly to government. So are you saying potentially that we should do this because it's part of not our core activity, but that halo that surrounds us, which is an obligation and obligatory activity?
Yes, I think it could be quite a similar way of looking at it, where, as you say, one could argue that a union's core role is terms and conditions for its immediate members. But, you know, when there is union activity in Dunedin, for example, there'll be RMTU members supporting nurses and other unions and vice versa. And also we see sometimes small countries who don't have the ability to change things on their own, and New Zealand has done it in the past, voicing a strong opinion, taking a strong stance, and it affects bigger, more powerful countries. So yes, I think if you could argue that this is not the core business of the Dunedin City Council, your voice is important.
And rather like Spain and Ireland have done in Europe, and now Norway's joining as well. So as we get more countries who are small to join, we'll start influencing the big countries.
Indeed.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Thank you, and kia ora, Dave. Thanks for your passionate presentation. My question relates to the precedent that was set by the previous government in 2022 by granting a special Ukraine visa that allowed families who were affected by the Russian invasion there to come here. This is no different, is it? Do you see?
I think the previous speaker alluded to that, seeking to be treated the same. It is no different. It is certainly no better or easier. It may be no different. It may be worse.
Thank you. Councillor Hulan.
Thank you. Do you have any idea of what numbers we might be looking at? I mean, obviously there's a whole lot of people there who need help. What are you thinking is realistic for here?
I don't, sorry.
Thank you.
One of the problems, I believe, is that a lot of people at the moment can't get out. They can't get on a boat or a plane. This motion you're proposing would sit there until they could. Is that what you're thinking? Like you know, obviously until they can get out to come here?
The mechanics of how it would work is really outside of our brief. We're here to support in principle. Whether there's any links that we can have with the Trade Union Federation in Palestine could be a practical thing that we can help with, but really this is in support.
Thank you. Councillor Gary?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Dave. Would you agree that it's Council's core role to advocate for the people of Ōtepoti Dunedin?
Oh, most certainly. And by association, their whānau.
Thank you. And thank you for your presentation, Mr Kearns. Next we have Mr Brendan Johnston.
Kia ora koutou, ko Brendan Johnston, Tokuikua. First off, I want to acknowledge you all for the mahi you do and for speaking on this very difficult kaupapa, especially given the backdrop of death last week here and death amongst our Pacific neighbours only this last week, and in Europe and Africa more broadly. I'm speaking on the same kaupapa. I want to start by acknowledging that nobody here wants to be speaking on this. Our local Palestinian whānau don't want to be calling for this, not only because of the broader miserable atrocities that we are witnessing in real time, but because Palestinians don't want to be fighting to leave. What they want is safety in their own homeland, observance of international law that asserts their safety, and a right to return home, not to leave it. But yesterday, as I checked the news, I read about the latest Israeli bombing of a Rafah displacement camp, killing dozens. That is, an ad hoc camp set up for communities to huddle in after being told by the IDF to flee their homes. Then that camp was bombed after the world's highest court banned such an action, after the USA declared a Rafah assault to be a red line. So there is no safety but that which ordinary people are able to provide. So I'm not going to speak anymore on the misery and death because you surely know of it. So some of you know me already. Many of you have heard my korero on Palestine over the last few years. I reckon that we have missed more than a few opportunities for solidarity with victims of displacement-based settler colonisation, and we've often failed internationally, at a national level, and at a local politics level. And I don't mean that as a finger wagging, but rather to say the best time to take action to save lives was before now, but the second best time is now, and that's why we're here. So the motion before us asks the Council to call on the Minister for Immigration to urgently establish a special visa for the family members of New Zealand Palestinians. Such actions have been taken in recent history for those in Afghanistan and those in Ukraine, and this was the right thing to do. I myself was involved in local efforts to fundraise to support families of local Ukrainians fleeing war. But that this visa hasn't already been created for Palestinians belies an unjust double standard. At best, our political leadership puts Palestinians in the too hard basket because of our country's deep business ties and R&D treaties and so on with Israel. At worst, it's the decades-long dehumanization of Palestinians laid bare. And the only cure to this disparity is political pressure, political weight, which you as our local council representatives hold as a collective representative body of the city. Minister Stanford has suggested a number of logistical problems with getting people out of Gaza, even with such a visa. Those excuses are all irrelevant. People can leave via the Rafah crossing, not all the time, and not for free, but people have got out via that crossing. To create this visa would be to remove one of the many roadblocks faced by Palestinians who, to be clear, are trying to flee for their lives. This visa could save dozens or even hundreds of human lives, but if it saved even a single life, it would be worth it. If our friend Muhammad's nephew escaped with his life, it would be worth it. If University of Otago pharmacology graduate Rawa Al-Hanafi can save her cousin's life, it's worth it. 6 months ago, November 2023, local Palestinian Kiwi Dr. Rula Talama spoke to the ODT about the 21 members of her family killed in the last month. If we can prevent even one more beloved brother, sister, auntie being added to this list, it's worth it. So what I've said so far is political in its character, and that's solidarity, the political form of love. But what I, as a citizen of the city, feel isn't purely political. I simply feel love for my Palestinian whānau. Mai calls me a brother, one of her whānau. When I see Nasser, he kisses me on the cheek. On Sunday at the Anglican Church, All Saints, I watched Palestinian children lead Wayata. When I see the Al-Far and Tamimi children playing, I remember why we speak up and take action, so their families in Palestine can be the last generation to flee for their lives, rather than begging for ice cream or playing on the playground as children should. So that's my plea here. Please vote in favour of Councillor Gary's motion. When your friends and your children ask what you did during the massacres in Gaza, you can point to today's mahi and say, we fought to make sure that Aotearoa New Zealand saved the lives of our whānau. Kia ora.
Questions, Councillor O'Malley?
Thanks for your presentation. I'm just looking at the resolution itself, and part 2 is to issue the visas, and then part 3 is to work on the government to make diplomatic efforts to ensure that those can in fact be put to effect. And you're saying that the minister's saying because part 3 hasn't been sorted, they won't do part 2. But your point would be, I think, am I getting it correct, that if you don't issue the visas, then getting the people out is obviously moot because you haven't done the first step.
That's right. Like I alluded to, there are people who have gotten out through that Rafah crossing, and this is a roadblock that is in place right now that we can get rid of. So that should be our first action.
Make us more like Canada, I believe, who has those visas but is having trouble getting them out, but at least is now identifying that's the problem at this point.
That's right. It's one step. Nobody's going to say that it's a simple process to get Gazans who are being bombed out of Gaza, but that is one thing that we can do in practical terms to make that easier.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Walker.
Thank you, and thanks, thanks, Brad. Just to thank you for bringing us back to the motion. So, would you agree that this motion is not focusing on the whys or who of how we got here, but simply is the right thing and the humanitarian thing to do?
That's right. I mean, I'm sure we can argue about the history of the Levant region for, the rest of the year, but that's not what this is about. This is about the destruction and turmoil and bombing of refugee camps in a people's own country and trying to get as many people as we can to safety in the short term to save lives.
Thank you. I think we've exhausted questions. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
And next we have Dr. Mai Tamimi. And I'll just note for councillors that Dr. Tamimi is on leave today, and she's speaking here in her own right as a Palestinian, but also as a member of the New Zealand Order of Merit.
Assalamu alaikum rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. May Allah peace and mercy be upon all of you. Kia ora, all Pacific greetings. Good morning, everyone. Respected Mayor, Honourable and respected Council members, I express my gratitude for the chance to address the Council today. I'm extending aroha and love to our Ōtepoti community who have been dealing with grief lately, as we Palestinians know how that feels. Also acknowledging my family, acknowledging my Palestinian community here inside the room and outside, and all supporters who are with us here today. I'm addressing the notice of motion regarding item 13 on the agenda, special visa. I'm originally from Hebron, arrived in New Zealand in 2008, and I've lived in New Zealand since then, supporting the Ōtepoti community. My family members, including my parents and my in-laws, reside in Hebron, south of the West Bank. The ongoing genocide in Gaza and the West Bank has had devastating effects on the lives of all residents. In the West Bank, the constant threat of violence and displacement has created a climate of fear and uncertainty, leading to widespread psychological trauma among the population. Basic human rights, such as access to healthcare, education, and clean water, are often compromised due to the genocide. Families are torn apart, homes are destroyed, and livelihoods are disrupted, leaving many struggling to survive in the midst of this humanitarian crisis. The ongoing genocide has not only resulted in loss of life, but has also deeply scarred the social fabric of Palestine, leaving a lasting impact on generations to come. When I reached out to Immigration New Zealand to inquire about visa options to bring my parents here for a peaceful life, I was informed after a delay of over 2 months that I could apply for a visitor visa. However, priority was given to families with relatives in Gaza, despite we know many applications for families residing in Gaza being rejected. Previously, I could only secure a single entry visa for my parents to visit for a limited period of 2 months. More information will be provided by the next speakers on some important statistics with regards to applications for visas. I'm also addressing the well-being of the Palestinian community in Dunedin. The ongoing genocide in Palestine has had a profound impact on the mental well-being of Palestinians living outside their homeland, particularly those who are concerned about the safety and the security of their families still residing there. The constant fear, the anxiety surrounding the safety of our loved ones, coupled with the trauma of witnessing the violence and oppression inflicted upon our own people, have taken a heavy toll on our mental health. Most Palestinians living in Dunedin and anywhere, wherever they live around the globe, experience feelings of helplessness, guilt, and grief as we grapple with the harsh reality of the situation in Palestine. The sense of displacement and longing for our homeland, combined with the emotional burden of worrying about the safety of our families, can lead to the increased level of stress, anxiety, and depression. Despite being physically distant from the conflict and from the genocide, the psychological impact on the ongoing genocide in Palestine continues to weigh heavily on the mental well-being of Palestinians living outside their homeland. The Council's social well-being strategy envisions Dunedin as one of the world's great small cities. One of the strategic directions outlined is to have vibrant and cohesive communities, with a priority placed on celebrating Dunedin's identity and cultural diversity. One key approach to achieving this priority is through the concept of manaakitanga, which involves showing and receiving care, respect, kindness, and hospitality. By supporting the Dunedin residents, including Palestinians, in accessing services, the Council can provide information and call for assistance in accessing services offered by government organizations such as Immigration New Zealand. Given my professional capacity, I will refrain from offering any suggestions and instead trust in your governance expertise to handle the notice of motion currently under consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mimi. Question, Councillor Gary?
Thank you, Mai, for that. Your parents on the West Bank, what has been some of their experiences, and tell us how you've interacted with that from such a distance?
Thank you, Councillor Gary, for the question. I don't exaggerate if I say that I've been calling them twice every day, morning their time before we sleep, and evening their time when we wake up. I've been watching the news all the time and knowing whenever something happens around there where they live in Hebron, I would call them. I'm always concerned about their safety. It's not just about that. Both of them, they live on pension, and due to the economic crisis and the, that most of the public servants are paid by tax money, this hasn't been easy for them and hasn't been granted to all public servants. So I've been struggling to find the ways even to support them financially from distance.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you, Dr. Mai. My heart goes out to you and your family. You just touched on what I was going to ask, that your parents haven't been receiving their pension. Do you think that this is the predominant situation for a lot of people, that they have not only no access to the healthcare, to education, but also no money for food and very basic needs?
Correct. This applies to the majority of people living in the West Bank, as well as watching all what's happening in Gaza Strip, the genocide that is happening. But in the West Bank, it is another type of genocide. It's limited access to resources, limited access to places, no freedom of movement. My brother lives in another West Bank city. He hasn't been able to visit my parents to care for them since the 7th of October because of lack of safety on the roads. So the situation has been very, distressing. We're here day and night checking on them, checking the ways how we can actually support them, even calling them. My mom, whenever I call them, she says, whenever you're fine, we're fine. So they look into positive things and positive life through us. They know that we live in peace here, but they don't, I'm pretty sure they know, and they can feel how much our mental well-being has been affected by being here, living in safety, but we cannot enjoy it. I just reiterate the message that Uncle Nasuh Sadouni, who spoke first, said, that it's not, it's us, we're here, physically speaking, but mentally speaking, we're with them. We're worried about them day and night, around the clock. And it hasn't just happened on the 7th of October. It's been happening for years and years. My experience working in Palestine before I came to New Zealand, this was, trying to support people who are living remotely in different places in the West Bank. This suffering has been for so long.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Excuse me. I think everyone's emotional around this table. Thanks, Mai, for your ongoing passion, energy around this. I have nothing but respect. My question goes to part of the motion, which is to write to Erica Stanford. And I'm just wondering if the group here themselves has any sort of direct line or communication channels with that particular minister currently.
I believe this is part of the motion, and once it's considered, this is something that the respected council members who are going to be dealing with. However, the community has been in touch with Immigration New Zealand, and as I mentioned, I've been in touch with the minister's office, but however, there are always delays in responding, unfortunately.
Thank you. We appear to have covered questions, so thank you very much, Dr. Tamimi. Next we have Rula Abu Safeh.
Kia ora i te whānau.
I stand here in full support of our City Council's call for immediate initiation of a special humanitarian visa for the Palestinian whānau of whānau in Aotearoa, New Zealand. Nā mihi nui tātou katoa, ko Rula Abu Safi toko ingoa. I am a Palestinian Kiwi and a long-time constituent of the Ōtepoti Dunedin City Council and a proud New Zealand citizen. I am indigenous to the occupied Palestine and lived as a refugee in the occupied Palestinian territory of Gaza, the same place you have been witnessing its destruction and annihilation by the savagery actions of the pariah settler colony of Israel. I would like to acknowledge Mana Whenua, who have been in solidarity of Tangata of Palestine. I would like to acknowledge the respectful, democratically elected council of the Dunedin City, Mayor, Councillor Gary, Councillor Lefiso, Councillor Walker, and everyone. I would like to acknowledge our strong and expanding solidarity whānau that has been marching for Palestine every week, some of whom are present here with many watching us online. It pains me to start with remembering that 6 months ago, I stood before you to support the motion of a humanitarian ceasefire in Gaza. Now, nearly 8 months after the first Gaza ghetto break in October, the displacement settler colony of Israel has massacred more than 37,000 Palestinians and injured and maimed more than 80,000, many of whom are facing starvation, thirst, medical care urgently needed, and no safe space to go. The entire education and health system have been completely annihilated as we witness the destruction of human life, the desecration of human life itself, and the destruction of natural environment. When we stood before you in late November, we called the settler colony of Israel's onslaught on Gaza a genocide. Our analysis was clear in the midst of a mammoth Zionist propaganda machine. It was affirmed by the International Court of Justice decision earlier this year as it considered it a plausible case of genocide. Also to be followed by the 24th of May 2024, just last week, with the International Criminal Court prosecutors seeking arrest warrants of Israel's Prime Minister and Defense Minister. Both shall not be honored here or named. Today, more groups are filing new ICC complaints over journalists deliberately killed with their families by the settler colony of Israel in Gaza. The en masse massacres of our children and families have been televised and live streamed 24/7 to the entire world. There are tens of unarmed, defenseless civilians being bombed in their tents in Rafah and across Gaza as we speak. The response from the peoples of the world is on the side of humanity, the universality of human rights, and the application of international humanitarian law to everyone and everywhere. Yet, we have not seen a New Zealand fair and balanced approach to what is described by the UN Special Rapporteur as a situation meeting the threshold of genocide against the Palestinians. The public statements are not translated into actions in the case of Palestinians seeking to bring their loved ones into safety after months of sheer horror and years of brutal colonization. I call out today the double standards that have treated Palestinians as less worthy of protection and human rights. While Immigration New Zealand issued an escalation process for visas to Israelis and Palestinians, the process led to 7 times more Israelis than Palestinian nationals have had their visa application approved since October the 7th. 7 times Israelis, many would have served in the Israeli aggression forces, welcomed into Aotearoa than Palestinians. At the same time, the number of applications Israelis were able to lodge from the comfort of their homes under the Iron Dome has been 5 times that those of Palestinians constantly killed and displaced under bombing. All while Immigration static response to Palestinians is to apply for a mere visitor visa. Most of them have been rejected given the scrutiny that Palestinians face. To rub salt on our wounds, It is worth mentioning as well that Palestinian nationals are not part of the 90-day visa waiver. Israelis are. So they can serve in the army, land, and enjoy a vacation in Aotearoa afterwards, amongst us. Again, I call out the double standards. New Zealand swiftly responded to the war in Ukraine and issued a humanitarian visa that allowed thousands to resettle. New Zealand recognized back then that having a visa is the starting point for escaping the war zone. Our families require the same humanitarian response and support to flee their death sentences. The Palestinian community in Aotearoa is small. We estimated not more than 400 individuals across the country would be immediate family. Honorable councillors, please support us and call for a humanitarian visa and the safe passage of our families. Please support us, bring them to safety. Grant the visa. Long live the children and babies of Gaza and free Palestine. No reira na mihi nui tatu katoa.
Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I was struck by your statement around how quickly New Zealand responded to Ukraine and hasn't responded to Palestine. What do you think is the fact of our relationship with the other country in each one of those situations? Our relationship with Russia versus our relationship with Israel. And it is a time really for New Zealand to look at its relationship with Israel and ask itself, are they actually good international players?
Sorry, absolutely. I mean, if you look at the New Zealand foreign policy, it is clear where we have been standing on, in which coalition we have been standing with. So as part of the coalition of the states, the UK, Australia and Canada, whom even their positions have started to soften a little bit with granting the visa like in the Canada and in Australia with some restrictions, and even the statements themselves that are coming from the White House that announced Rafah as a red line. But we are lagging behind in following what these countries are doing, and I'm not in any way saying that we should follow. What we should follow is our values, our manakitanga, how we pride ourselves as Kiwis, and to have an independent voice. I mean, holding international humanitarian rights and international law is important for the survival of New Zealand as a small island nation in the Pacific. We are bound by responding to these challenges in a way that will protect us in the future. Because that mill that is churning in the Middle East will come to our homes soon if we do not stand against it.
Thank you.
And definitely the position with these countries are clear. You've answered your own question, Councillor O'Malley.
Councillor Van der Vis.
There has been a lot of comment about the Israeli push into Rafah and the large numbers of people unable to protect themselves there. Rafah is on the border with Egypt. Why is it that they can't get protection in Egypt? Why can't they get it?
I cannot denounce the complicity of Egypt in the current genocide. We have inherited countries that created after World War II, appointed leaders in exchange of their resources. But what I can say is what the Palestinians want. While many are desperate to flee to a safe place, whether they are going to the south from the north or from the north to the south, Palestinians would like to stay. I have been told this to my face, that why don't you go to Egypt? Why don't you go there? Why don't you go there? If I had the opportunity to stay in my home country, to live and build and thrive, and raise my children on our culture, to be wholesome, to feel and live their full Palestinian identity, we would never have left. The question about Egypt is is something that pains me to talk about, because we would have expected them at least to have a stronger position and try to stop Israel from massacring Palestinians. I would not like to comment further on that. But if I may, I have said this before, that Israel is not the only one on trial here. But the first culprit is them, and that's where we need to focus our effort. Other than that, it's a distraction.
Thank you. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Salam alaikum. I cannot think of anything worse than seeing your own home being bombed every day on TV. It's surreal. It's awful. So my condolences to you and your family. Something I've been thinking of is our first speaker who came here and talked about our lack of housing in Dunedin and the need for more housing. Do you think if we get these visas approved and some of your family can come here, that we should put a call out to people in Dunedin to open their homes and to billet, bring some of the people into their own home in case they arrive and we don't have enough housing for them?
The answer is no. We are very proud people. And the numbers are very small. We are a very small community in every city. And every Palestinian I know is either working or studying or contributing. We have big homes in the meaning of big hearts in those homes, so we can accommodate intergenerational families and make it work. So the least that we want is to put any pressure on the housing crisis in Aotearoa, New Zealand. In fact, as I am talking to you today, I chair a small charity here in New Zealand, and I've been on the hunt with our small resources as a group for a home for a refugee family that will come through a sponsoring program. So we have the heart and the means to sponsor people from other nationalities without any reward expected from that. We will be capable of doing it for our own families. Just grant the visa.
Thank you for your presentation. And next we have Russia, Abu Safai.
Kia ora Itifano. Assalamu alaikum. My name is Rasha, and I'm here today to speak of my heart, building as well on the strong mahi and love and aroha that all of my fellow speakers have shared with you. I'm here today standing with you, but holding in my heart over my shoulder a lived experience coming from Gaza almost 5 years ago, which within I've lived the experience within the siege, the war and everything. Adding to some of your memories, on December 27th, 2008, when the 2008 war started in Gaza, I was trying to find second shelter for my 50-year-old daughter. Again, in 2012, 14th of November, the same tragedy happened again. And in between, that was not just a peaceful life. There was the problems of the electricity, closing the borders for more than 300 days per year, trying to seek safe passage, safe space, safe lived life for our younger children. All of that tragedy have compiled again with another 50 days of horror. Like all of the damage that happened to the Shaja'iyya refugee neighborhood, which is just a few kilometers away from where I was living. Made me thinking again and again, is like if this is happening to us, what would be our position toward how we can contribute? The only thing I was thinking of is to build, bring hope, contribute to my community, and be a better citizen. With all of that struggle, I was able and capable to build a successful social enterprise in Gaza that was creating job opportunities for hundreds of youth. So if anyone is saying that the youth in Gaza are desperate, there is still the collective effort from the community in order to rebuild ourselves and stand again on the right side. Moved to New Zealand 2019 with my family, not as a refugee, but as a global impact entrepreneur, in which I have been recognized as next generation leader in Time magazine. Despite all the struggle I've left, no electricity, shortage of food and travel, I've stuck to the future hope. Leaving my country after all of I built, have the same right as all of my other fellows in Edmund Hillary Fellowship in order to stand strong, come to New Zealand and contribute to build our community here. Blend the community. My husband did lots of volunteering, helping refugee community, contributing our struggle to build and become positive to this country, to our new home. But the struggle hit again to resurface all of the trauma back again on the October 7th, to witness and see the genocide happening to my own people. Well, I've lost my home, lost relatives, lost my school, the university I've studied in. All of that struggle was not but it created loss of strength and resilience inside myself that I should every day become stronger, go to my work, do my mission to my community, be a better citizen, because I need to stick to the right side of this history. Watching my family struggling, and with all of what we are hearing from the Ministry of Immigration, that they cannot have a safe passage, safe exit, we did all of our effort. We paid 75,000 New Zealand dollars in order to cross a safe passage to 10 members of our family to go to Cairo. My in-laws, 76-year-old, my mother-in-law, my niece and nephews, they are now waiting in Cairo for a trust of hope that will come from all of the collective efforts that we can do here today. Children who have lost 1 year of study in school, they cannot wait to come and enjoy the life and become in a safe space. Sharing this experience with you, it says that we can do if we decided to get this done together. We did our piece. We removed the logistical struggle and excuse. They are now waiting for us to do the next step. And I will end my speech sharing one personal note. My son, who's a 7-year-old now, didn't have the chance in order to meet my father. We were in Gaza. My father was in West Bank. And with the siege around Gaza, he lost that chance. But again, because of COVID, my father passed away, with none of us have the ability to say goodbye. But what I'm sharing with you here today is that you will have the chance to contribute to bring the hope the upcoming generation and let my younger meet his grandparents again. Thank you.
Thank you. Question, Councillor Mayhem.
Yes, thank you so much. You mentioned $75,000 New Zealand to get the family to Cairo. What do you think the average price is for an individual or a family to receive that safe passage? Because I've heard that a lot of people are, maybe from Egypt, exploiting how people are able to cross and charging exorbitant amounts of money.
Without talking about who's behind it, but we know the price we have paid. And we know that if money would be the solution, we would be ready as a collective, as a family, to bring our family to safer space. We paid 5,000 USD dollar per adult, 2,500 per children, in a collective 40,000 USD dollar just to get our 6 adults, 4 children to a safer space, where my youngest niece is 2-year-old, talking to her on phone, asking me to bring her some lollies and goodies, expecting that when she flee the war, we will be waiting for her on the other side of hope. So.
And also, you mentioned the border being closed for 300 days of the year, and is it right the border is currently closed too?
I was talking about the experience that we have lived over more than 16 years of siege around Gaza. So if everyone is thinking that everything started on October 7, that's not the truth. But we have lived, we witnessed the history of how things have changed, and we believe it will change with our hope and standing on the right side of the history. Close the borders 300 days per year. We know that we have no way to go out, and then we have worked hard. We did our bit, and now we are in a safe space. So it's the same. Even if the borders closed now, it will be opened again. So are we ready when the situation will be ready, or are we doing our piece of work in order to contribute to make it an open gate for hope and peaceful life for our people?
Okay. Councillor O'Malley?
You've made the obvious point that you've already got family members who are already out of the war zone. So the government statement that that's the primary block obviously doesn't relate.
Exactly. So when we heard our Ministry of Immigration, Stanford, speaking in January on the Parliament, that this is the only excuse, that there is people cannot leave out, we did every single possible effort with an amazing help from our whānau and community here in Dunedin, from our we as a family. We did our piece, and we are leaving the ball back to the side of the immigration. We did our part. We're waiting for them to do their part.
Councillor Gary?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Rasha. Thank you for sharing your story. I wanted to ask you, because this was an issue when the Ukrainian visa was being organised, that people found it really hard to get their paperwork because much had been destroyed. Is that a big problem currently with your whānau awaiting in?
Yep. Sorry, I was pressing the button faster. That's a case as well. But since they have moved now in Cairo, they can get temporary paper. We can help them all of the medical check. They have already done their passports, which means paying more money and more money. But if it isn't an issue, we have solutions. We just need not to look to the dark side. We need to look to the full side of the cup and bringing hope to them.
And so just finally, the normal passage would be to somewhere just near Gaza, to Egypt in this instance, and then to New Zealand once the visas are granted.
True. And our family now is waiting in Cairo in a temporary accommodation just for the next step. And we know that is temporary. They are not allowed to work. Kids are not allowed to go to school. And I'm counting on you. They already lost 1 year, 1 academic year. Do we want to make them ready to come and join our schools and have a decent, peaceful life? It's on our side. So it's a temporary until we all together make this collective and this effort work.
Thank you. Thank you, and thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
And next we have Andrew Tate on behalf of the PPTA.
Kia ora, everybody. Thank you very much for having this discussion. I'd also like to start by acknowledging the whānau of Enere McLaren Ta'ana. I think that that's something that like it's huge and difficult to deal with. It is about safety, dignity, comfort and conviviality, which is really core business for the City Council. We discussed it at the Union's Otago meeting last night, and one thing that is worth mentioning is the idea of actually speaking to the Regional Council about properly funding school buses again. So we need to keep our kids on buses. They are really important for safety, comfort, dignity and conviviality. And we also need to pay the bus drivers of school buses the same as bus drivers, because they actually are underpaid, relatively speaking. So that's a core business, and it speaks to housing as well in terms of safety, dignity, comfort and conviviality, which is also obviously demonstrated to us in such a dramatic and tragic way in Palestine, the lack of it. I wanted to inform you of the motion passed at the Post-Primary Teachers Association stop work meeting 2 weeks ago on Monday. It was mainly to discuss the Treaty of Waitangi and charter schools, but at that meeting, which is of some hundreds of teachers, maybe 400 or 500 Upper Otago girls from all around Dunedin, a motion was passed to endorse the CTU resolution on the on Palestine, Israel-Palestine, and that calls for a ceasefire, restoration of aid, release of hostages, and also a recognition of the inalienable right of Palestinians to sovereignty and self-determination. So that was the motion that was passed by a whole bunch of ordinary people like in the city. Gives you a good sense of like what the common sense is, and I didn't know whether it would pass or not. I had no idea, so you chuck it out to a mass meeting like that, you get like some feedback back again, and I think that's I know how local democracy works. You go to the people every so often, and then you rely on your networks to keep you informed and keep you in touch in what is going on. Same thing in unions. You test out what do ordinary people think, because ordinary people aren't talking about this stuff all the time. Our job is to listen carefully and then show leadership. I wanted to also I would just reinforce the importance of the rallies, like the rallies I've been going to since they started, and there's routinely 200 people, but they're always different. So there's way more than 200 people that are participating in an ongoing way. So I'm seeing different people every single week. I'd also like to reflect on my own experience as a immigrant from South Africa. So I came here in 1987 as an 11-year-old to Invercargill, actually. At that time, South Africa, 1987, they just re-elected the national government, so they were doubling down on apartheid at the time. There was war in Angola that was similar to the war in Vietnam, and people forget about that. My cousins were in the army there. In 7 years' time, I would have been conscripted and forced to serve either in Angola in that war, or else in the townships in like what was a low-level civil war happening in 1987. So my parents took our family out of South Africa, and we were able to come. Now, 6 years later, Nelson Mandela was elected, and the ANC was elected in a miraculous turnaround. Now, anybody you talk to from South Africa will let you know clearly that South Africa is far from perfect. Yep. But you have to remember what it was. The potential was that they were Nazis with nuclear bombs. That was the apartheid regime. And the world managed to talk them down off the edge. It's not a perfect situation that we're looking for, but everybody has to do their bit just to bring some of the values of safety, comfort, dignity, conviviality, civilization to the table. And that's what I think this resolution is speaking to. That's refugee politics, really, and that's also, I think, the waiata that we started with, the kahikatea. It's also known as swamp kauri because it grows in swamps. The way it grows is it forms its roots underneath the ground, so it can stand on unstable ground, and those trees together create an ecosystem. And that is the situation that local democracy is always about. It's about trying to create ecosystems that allow people to thrive. And this is in line, I think, with the values of the council. So thank you very much for your work. I appreciate it a lot. I think it's really important. And thank you for considering this matter today.
Thank you. We have questions. Question, Councillor O'Malley.
Andrew, seems like all the socialists all arrive at the same place today. I just want to get back to buses before we get on to your main presentation. The Ministry of Education was the provider of school buses up to that point that they withdrew, and in the Regional Public Transport Plan, the OIC commits to getting children to go to the school of their choice through the public transport system. I suggest, and would you think this is a good idea, that you push them back, remind them of their commitment in that plan to do that?
Yes, but I'd also suggest that the City Council thinks seriously about it, because we have a massive problem with the bus hub right now. And on the front page of the ODT, there's a young woman saying that she's going to be driving her sister to work even though she doesn't have the proper licence. It's not a situation that you want to develop.
The Land Transport Management Act pretty much keeps us out of that equation. But yes, I'll take it. To your point about the PPTA resolution, do you think this reflects that if the communities are establishing a joint position and each in their own places are doing the resolutions and taking the position they can, that in adds up to a whole of country response that the central government must respond to, and then in fact partly what we're doing here is adding to that voice and making sure that we're consistent?
The analogy is the movement against apartheid, and I'd like to thank New Zealanders for their whole of society work that they did. It's massively important, and you cannot underestimate what it means to people in South Africa. I was back there for the first time in 35 years last year. People are still hold New Zealand in very high regard. Ordinary people, All Blacks are beloved.
I was 18 during that period. And I do remember one other thing that you mentioned just at the very end. Israel and South Africa were aligned together on a nuclear policy.
Correct, yes. Israel provided South Africa with nuclear bombs. South Africa is the only country in the world, post-apartheid South Africa is the only country in the world to relinquish nuclear weapons.
Okay. Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Andrew. Just a question you've raised, South Africa. I'm just wondering how important do you think it is that it was South Africa itself at the end of last year that filed the complaint in the International Court of Justice against genocide?
It is important to South Africa that an ethno-state does not become norm, or the idea of ethnicity and land are not tied together like that. In the same way as it is important for New Zealand, we are multicultural societies, as Palestine was in the past. South Africa has got 11 different languages, when I said before they were Nazis with nukes, you also have to look at the dangers of genocidal war, in the world. And South Africa South Africa is going through a difficult point at this stage where there's an election coming up and the ANC is likely to move into a coalition. The danger of ethno-nationalism in South Africa is not something to be taken lightly. And I think that is probably a major consideration when they look at Israel, not just because of the ties between Israeli apartheid and South African apartheid, but also because of the importance of the success of the vision of people being able to live together in the same land with different cultures.
Thank you. Councillor Gary.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Kia ora, Andrew. I wanted to ask you, you're a teacher, is that correct? So given the PPTA motion and your interactions with young people, is it true to say, and I have a teaching background too, young people I consider to be incredibly intelligent and articulate and thinking around these issues. Has it been a point of discussion amongst the young people that you were around? And do you believe they're looking for leadership in these kinds of things?
Yes, it is a point of discussion. It was interesting. I'd like to mihi to Neve as well, who spoke before on behalf of students. Young people have got clear consciences, and so they speak their minds in ways that those of us who are older are aware of the complexities of the situations. But nonetheless, young people do have that, and they make those. That's their role, is to make those demands on us. What do you mean by your values? Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
And thank you very much for all those who presented today. It's been quite a substantial public forum. At this stage, I move that we take a 10-minute adjournment for a comfort stop. As seconded Councillor Walker, all in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Welcome back. Get the door and we can resume. Moving on with the agenda. Firstly, item 3, which is apologies. I have no apologies. So, moving on to item 4, confirmation of the agenda, which we all have, quite a substantial agenda in front of us. I move that Council confirms the agenda with the following alterations. Firstly, that item 13, the notice of motion, that we've had so many public forum speakers about, will be taken before item 6, the confirmation of the minutes, so quite soon. And that item 22, the CEO overview, be taken before item 14, which is the DCC Community Housing Consultation Feedback. And item 23, Logan Park Hockey Turf. And consultation feedback in item 24, Logan Park Hockey Turf consultation feedback, be taken before item 15, which is funding requests. Next is item 25, the Heritage Action Plan, be taken before item 17, which is the Future Development Strategy, so some considerations for the annual plan. And lastly, that item 20, fees and charges, be taken immediately following lunch on Wednesday, tomorrow, the 29th of May. Right, so as a recipient of that, Councillor Mayhem, does anyone have any comment on the changes?
I'd just like to thank you, Mr Mayor, for moving item 13 up out of respect for the community.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Any comment on the changes? We're all good? Okay, so I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Item 5, declarations of interest. You are, of course, Councillor Barker.
Kia ora, Mr Mayor. I do have a new interest, which is Deputy Chair of Dunedin Food and Drink Tourism Story.
Very good. So that will be included in the next elected members register. So I move that the council notes the elected members interest register and confirms the change, the one alteration that is to come, and also confirms the proposed management plan for the elected members interest as well as the executive leadership team's interest. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Barker. Is there any further comment? Okay, so I'll put the motion. All in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. And now we'll take item 13, the notice of motion. Councillor Gary has submitted the notice of motion, and I believe there is a seconder, Councillor Walker. So at this point I invite Councillor Gary to speak to her notice of motion.
Kia ora, Mr Mayor, and I'm going to stand to speak out of respect for the community. Tēnā koutou katoa, assalamu alaikum. I want to acknowledge the Palestinian community that are here today and listening online and who are connected with you across the globe. I want to acknowledge those who were brave to speak in the public forum, those who spoke in support from various organisations. I understand it took a lot of courage for many of you to tell your stories and to relive those traumas. And I know for some of you, many of you, this is the first time that you have come to council and have experienced a council meeting and have spoken at public forum. And that takes courage too. So to all of the people out in the gallery who are here for the first time, I acknowledge you as well. So a warm welcome to you. And I often talk when I'm speaking to education agents from all over the world looking to bring international students here, I often talk about the warm embrace of Ōtepoti Dunedin, and I do hope that you feel that today. This motion has been carefully researched and worded, and it gives voice to the deep desire of members of our Dunedin Palestinian community and all those who support them. And yes, it is part of our core role to advocate for our community, and this is what this motion does. I want to focus on speaking to my colleagues, and I think all of you will understand from the stories you've heard that this is about humanity. We've just been trying to make sense of a tragedy that has happened here in Ōtepoti on Thursday, and there was unity around this table, a coming together, a deep sense of grief being experienced across the city. And so I asked you to dig deep into that humanity again. Can you imagine that grief that we have just experienced times 15,000? That's the number of children killed in Gaza in the war thus far. And that grief is inconceivable and unimaginable. There's a sense of loss and mourning, and it's across the world. And it's a common sense of loss and mourning no matter where you live, be it here in Ōtepoti, Dunedin, or in Gaza, at the loss of life. The suffering we have heard is immense, and I don't think any of us are unmoved. We could not be after hearing those stories. I ask all of us around the table to bring your humanity to this debate and voting today. And I want to focus on the motion because it is about a special visa. You have heard the stories of the desperation of bringing families here. You have heard of the starvation, the lack of water, medical supplies, medical treatment, the lack of shelter, and all the while bombing going on. And members of our Palestinian community here in Dunedin are desperate to get their families to safety. We have heard that leaving their homeland is not their first thought, their first option, but the situation is such that that is the only one to bring their families to safety. Back before Christmas, the Christchurch City Council wrote to the then Minister of Immigration asking for such a special visa and was told no. And so this has been something talked of for some time, and we've heard some of the excuses made at a government level. But I just want to read you parts of the motion, and I want to speak to the wording of it. So the first part of the motion acknowledges that deep concern that I've spoken of, and the urgent efforts to bring family out. And we know that there are a variety of give a little pages and raising of money, and that the Palestinian community here in New Zealand has been making extraordinary efforts to get their family to safety. The second part of the motion asks the Minister of Immigration to urgently establish a special visa, and I've carefully researched the wording, and you will note it says affected by the war in Gaza, because what we know is that your whānau are in Gaza and are in the West Bank, and they are affected as well. So we've made the wording wide. We realistically think the government will potentially make it narrower than that, but we wanted to speak up about that. And the third part is asking the government to use every diplomatic effort for safe passage. There are levers that can be pulled from a diplomatic sense to help with safe passage. It is exceptionally difficult for families on their own to do this. And all we are being asked to do, colleagues, is to write a letter stating those various points. Now, in terms of the special visas, I just want to focus for a moment on precedent. There was a visa for people from Afghanistan who were connected with the New Zealand military. That was a very specific situation, and that visa had particular criteria around it. The Ukrainian visa, which I had some contact with, that was a visa that again was bespoke for the particular situation, and this one would again be bespoke, and I have been told it would be more like the Afghani visa than the Ukrainian one, but that is a policy, a detail that is up to the Ministry of Immigration. But every single one of those has something in common, and that is about bringing people, bringing whānau to safety.
I want to remind colleagues that we are a resettlement city, and the late Mayor Dave Carl talked about our cultural tartan with its complex weave, and I love that phrase, and about the enrichment that migrants bring to this city and the diversity. There was recently an example of migrants from Kosovo who've been here for something like 25 years. I remember the conflict that brought them here, and they talked about their life here and the good life they had had and the contribution they had made. And we've heard about some of those contributions that the Palestinian community here in Dunedin have made over many years. You've heard today from Russia about the Sir Edmund Hillary Fellowship and about the things she has achieved. You may not know that Dr. Mai Tamami, one of our own staff, was given a Queen's award, and she is wearing it proudly today for her work with migrant communities. There is a massive contribution being made. The immigration office was closed down in this city at the same time as we became a resettlement city, and there's an irony in that, but that's for another day. So immigration matters are fraught. I don't know if any of you have ever lost your passport or have tried to get to another country because you're going to grandma's funeral and your passport's expired, but it is fraught and difficult. If you layer upon that the huge suffering, desperation and urgency, it makes it all the more worse. I was reflecting on the trauma, and I have nothing to compare it with except 2 days in my life when I was waiting to hear if my husband-to-be had been killed in a hurricane. And I remember the sleepless nights, the anxiety and the state of alert. Now that was 2 days in my life. The people before you have had this experience over 234 days, and I want to note the extraordinary trauma and the impact on their mental health and well-being, and I acknowledge the burden and the extraordinary responsibility that you have and what you have been going through. I can't imagine it, none of us can. So colleagues, what can we do? Well, this is the least we can do, to write a letter to urge the government to urgently establish a special visa. We are called on to show leadership, and this is how we can show it. We can model it. And I finish with whakatoki, he waka e ke noa. It's been used already today. We are all in this together. And I appeal to every ounce of humanity that you have to ask you to vote yes to this motion. How good would it be to be a unanimous vote of this council at this moment in time? Kia ora.
Councillor Walker.
Thank you. Kia ora koutou and assalamu alaikum to our Palestinian whānau, and thanks to the mover. In fact, I have lost my passport as a then British guy, but I can rest assured as a white privileged British guy, it was a very simple process getting a passport, which speaks to the inherent racism in world politics. There's not actually much I can say above and beyond what has already been said by the submitters today. In the public forum, their stories really hit home. Many are heartbreaking, and I thank each and every one of them for coming here today. It's not easy. The motion before us is not about the whys and the who's to blame for the current conflict. Although my views on that are well known, and I take pride actually marching for peace in the Middle East most Saturdays. With a diverse range of the community, including those from the Palestinian and Jewish communities, all of whom want the same thing, a stop to the killing and slaughter on both sides. I'm also proud that this council passed a motion back on 28th November last year to follow the lead of Christchurch Mayor Phil Major in his Armistice Day letter to the mayors of peace, calling for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. We voted that through with only 2 voting against. Today's motion is very much, as you can see, about urging the government to use all channels and tools at their disposal to help the people trapped in Gaza reunite with their families here in Ōtepoti and, in fact, wider New Zealand. Today's motion is also about urging the government to do the right humanitarian thing and that is to create a special Gaza visa and have our diplomats make every effort to get people out of what, to be quite frank, is a living hell. While I listened to the public forum, I wrote down some of the comments, and I'll read some of them out now, actually. Mitigate suffering to the best of our ability. Illegal massacre of innocent people. Constant fear and anxiety takes toll on our mental health. Universality of human rights, and most importantly, it goes back to the first speaker, be on the right side of history. Just close your eyes for a moment and imagine what it must be like for our Palestinian whānau here in Otapoti, who have family and loved ones trapped in an unimaginable situation, and at the same time feeling completely powerless to do anything about trying to get those loved ones out to safety. Imagine if that was you. Just imagine how that feels. And let's be clear here, the motion doesn't ask us to set some sort of precedent, and I think that is important. In 2022, the previous government created a much applauded special Ukrainian visa that allowed hundreds of Ukrainians, quite rightly, Ukrainian nationals with family in New Zealand, to reunite with their family, and thus offering them a safe haven from the illegal invasion by Russia. As I mentioned earlier, we need to support this motion for no other reason than it's the right thing to do. It's the humanitarian thing to do. Palestinians with family here deserve the same support to escape conflict as Ukrainian nationals. In fact, exactly the same way I'd hope we collectively support nationals of any other nation on this planet who find themselves in the same predicament in any future wars or tragedies. Let's hope that this motion gets unanimous support today, inshallah.
Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. I will be fully supporting this motion. And thank you, Councillor Gary, for bringing it to the table. But I also want to thank all the speakers. Having been around this table for 10 years plus now, I would say that's one of the heavier and more traumatic public forums we've had. So I appreciate, my heart goes out to you all, especially your families and the distance. And, you know, just listening to try and communicate day and morning of what takes place. And I know with family overseas, it's challenging on a good in good times, but even more difficult in bad times. As a member of the National Party, I'm disgusted. I'll put that out there point blank. For Minister Stanford to hide behind barriers, whatever, is ridiculous. To say that it's not the same as Ukraine, because the Ukrainians can get on a plane and fly out, I am very sure, and we've heard stories of it already, give them a visa out of Egypt, give them a visa outside of Gaza, but just give them the opportunity. And that's what it boils down to. The government actually is hiding behind words. You know, they were able to do something with Ukraine in a week. It's not tomorrow or the next day that needs to make a difference. They need to make a difference today.
Councillor Hulahan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you for your words. They touch my heart, and especially all of you, Dr. Mai. And it is. So I feel emotional myself. And listening, I'm a former journalist, and hearing the former news editor speaking, and one of the first things that goes in a war, of course, is the voice of the people, which is through the media. And I've listened very intently on what you said, so thank you for your words as well. And I love Dr. Mai whenever I've met her. She's such a lovely person. And Russia's story, I've heard Russia speak before. She's one of the most inspiring women I've ever heard. But you are, all of you are part of our community.
You're our people. Your stories are our stories now because you're part of us. And your pain is our pain. Nothing, I can't experience what you're experiencing, but we share that with you. And thank you today for speaking. And I will be fully supporting this. And hopefully someone up there will listen and something happens.
Thank you, and thank you to all of our speakers today. My heart is with you, and we heard from Brandon that we've missed many opportunities, and the second opportunity to do something is right now. Kerry opened by telling us that since 1840 we have welcomed immigrants from over the seas to our nation. Dave spoke about workers' rights are human rights and that they're the same thing. We heard from Dr. Mai about how her family on the West Bank and their threat of constant displacement and the psychological trauma that they're all going through without access to those very basic human needs and commodities. Rula pointed out to us the absolute double standard of how 7 times more Israelis have been let into New Zealand, and how we're only talking about 400 families as the estimate for New Zealand. Rasha spoke about her helplessness and frustration about the cost it was, $75,000 just to get her family safely to Cairo, and how the children now are at least 1 academic year behind. Mohammed has also pointed out to us that he is not able to afford to pay international fees for his children, and they need to start school as soon as possible and not have their education disrupted. These children are our future. Andrew Tate pointed out safety, dignity, comfort, and conviviality. That is our core business. And the lack of all this is exactly what's happening in Palestine. Each rally we have here in Dunedin, 200 people on average turn out, and he pointed out they are different people each week. He also made the analogy about apartheid in South Africa and the similarities, referring to the situation being like Nazis with nuclear bombs, and yet they were talked down from the edge. So there is hope that this can change. My colleagues have spoken about diversity and culture that wonderful immigrants bring to our city, their achievements and their contributions for the betterment of our community, and the trauma experienced from the last 234 days. But really, we're talking about 76 years. We need to do the right thing. We need to be on the right side of history, and I would like to repeat the whakatauki that we heard at the start of this meeting. Serve with love for a blessed future. Kia ora.
Councillor Vandervis.
Councillor Gary began by saying that it is a core role for us to advocate for our community, and I agree with her entirely. What she failed to mention was that our community is not just Palestinian, it's also Jewish and Dutch and Irish and everything else. The phrase, to be on the right side of history, has been bounced around here by at least half a dozen people. I've lost count. And this phrase assumes that there is a right side in history. History, if you study it, is invariably written by the winners, and there is no right side. War is hell. Taking international political positions is, in my view, not the business of the Dunedin City Council. The motion before us takes only one side of the war in Gaza. And then there is another question. Why should we take Palestinian refugees when Egypt, Jordan, and other Arab countries refuse, are unwilling to take Palestinian refugees? I quote Egyptian President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, who said that he warned that taking refugees into Egypt could wreck peace in the region. And Jordan's King Abdullah II gave a similar message, saying, no refugees in Jordan, no refugees in Egypt. This motion before us puts us in the realm of getting into international conflicts which are not our business and which we have far greater problems here for our people that we need to address. To me, much of this politicising takes us away from our ability to function at our core council levels, and that is the main reason that I will not be voting for this motion.
Councillor Barker.
Salam alaikum, peace be with you. I am in total support of this motion, and I want to thank everyone that came here today and spoke, the students, the activists, the victims, the unions, the relatives, the local community and the teachers. And I've heard your plea, please help us bring them to safety and give them hope. Our role as leaders of the community, and an oath that I swore, is to be here for our community, and our community have spoken today. We have a duty of care to mitigate those in suffering and help people who want a safe place to live, and help the people in our community who want their relatives to be safe. I can't imagine the horror that you go through every day and the pain that you go through every day as well, and thank you for sharing that, because I know that must have been difficult. We need to give a call of action to central government. We've heard that Christchurch did something and that didn't work. And Dunedin is going to do something, because I believe this motion will pass, and I also think that we should be talking to LGNZ, our local government, because the more voices that speak up, the more that we can help. By passing this motion, by asking for the visas to be given, we're removing one roadblock, just a tiny little roadblock, but you talked today about removing those roadblocks and giving people hope. And also about having a good sense what the common sense is, and we are here for our people, for our community, and that is why we were elected, and that's why we swore an oath to be here. When we talk about politicians in a humanitarian position, you know, apartheid wasn't our business either, but it is our business as human beings to speak up when we see things that are wrong and things that need to be helped. I also listened to you, Mai, when you talked about the concept of manaakitanga, and that is deep in our hearts, and I think that's one of the most important things, and thank you, Mana Whenua, for speaking up as well. I think this is simply about doing the right thing, about giving people hope and trying to build a pathway to peace, so I will absolutely be supporting this motion. Thank you.
I'd just like to make a couple of quick points at this stage, and that is I don't see this motion as a motion of aggression or blame. It's a motion of rescue and safety. I don't see this as a motion on one side or the other. It's on the side of humanity. It's on the side of New Zealanders already here to allow their families to come and join them. It's not getting us into the conflict, but it's us helping families to get their family members out of the conflict. So this is about helping our community, those members of our community who are living here, to get their family members to a place of safety and to join them here in New Zealand. And I will be supporting the motion. Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Firstly, I want to thank everybody who came here today and thank the mover and the seconder for this. I also want to touch on the issue of issuing a humanitarian visa to relatives of New Zealand residents and citizens does not constitute taking a side. As the Mayor just said, it constitutes having a proper humanitarian response to a tragedy. It is responding to civilians caught in a war zone in which life is held in no regard. The chances of getting out of alive of this is random. And it is not fair to put anybody in a situation where they could be killed tomorrow for nothing. They've done nothing. It is not a general refugee visa we're asking for, right? So this is a very specific humanitarian outcome. I would ask the mover if we could potentially modify Part 3 to include the Minister of Foreign Affairs. And the only reason I'm saying that, and I don't really care if it does or not, because we do eventually need the Minister of Foreign Affairs involved here, because this is essentially an immigration policy centre route that follows government policy. And if the government policy on immigration is not aligned to our foreign affairs policy, then we won't get anywhere with it. There have been a few who have said that this is beyond the role of the council. I explored that a little bit with questions to people who came to speak to us. And I think you can talk about your core roles, but I don't think that means that's what you focus entirely only on. We've had many times in the history of this country where councils, unions, schools, individuals have gone and put pressure on the government to bring about a government policy change. And obviously a part I got brought up here, nuclear free would be another one. Every time those came up, there were those in the room going, that's not our core responsibility, we shouldn't do it. But if we listen to that voice, then all we would have would be silence. And so we have an obligation to raise our voice, and raise our voice for the people of the city who have come to us as citizens of Dunedin to say, Dunedin City, please speak up for us.
Kia ora.
I also want to move on to the role of New Zealand itself in this. I've got two Middle Eastern experiences that span 2 generations. One was my father in Egypt at the end of World War II, and the other one was my cousin as part of USAID in Iraq. My cousin goes out on the street to meet a young boy wearing an All Blacks jersey, and he says, I recognise that jersey. And the boy says to him, you people are different. You bring water out to the guards. I don't see anybody else doing that. Our behaviour in the Middle East is actually very important for our national security. And we need to be the nation that we have been so many times in the past. My father's one was, you're all right, Kiwi, when standing next to a whole heap of Englishmen that had just had the uniform stained by Egyptian nationalists. We need to make a position here, and we need to make a position around humanitarian outcomes and the fairness and unfairness of what is going on in that region. We need to put moral imperatives at the top of our decision-making process and not worry about trade and other things that are influencing the outcome here. And also the particular point of the government trying to step back from this, we've already seen today that a number of these people are already outside of Gaza. They're already in a place where they can get on a plane and come to New Zealand, but the one thing that's stopping them is a visa. On the other side of it, those who are caught inside and may not be able to get their paperwork together or whatever, which is more or less what's happening in Canada, it doesn't mean you don't make that first step just because you don't know what the next steps afterwards are. You've got to make the first step and then move from that point on. Using complexity in the future to refuse to do the first step is a classic example of a government refusing to act. So I finished this with saying, let's get in behind what Christchurch did. Let's tell them that we're doing the same letter or a similar letter so they can get back in behind with us. And we can say the government needs to act. We need to all play our part. And in fact, failing to act on this is tantamount to basically agreeing that the government should not act. Thank you. I will obviously be voting for it.
And I think we've covered all the speakers. Your right of reply. Sorry, Councillor Benson Pope.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to add my thanks to those who came and presented today. I think the power of the message is inescapable to everyone here, and I'd like to thank Councillor Geary for putting this matter on the table. I'm delighted perhaps not delighted. I'm moved by the strength of feeling not only from the presenters, but from colleagues around the table. And I don't think there's a great deal more to say, but I do want to make a couple of brief comments. And the first one is that the obscenity of what's been happening in Gaza in recent months is not lost on any of us. It's beholden on us to actually do what little we can about it. We've seen the absurdity of people who supply armaments to Israel panicking to drop food to the people who've managed to survive the first gift that they got from the United States. I mean, this is an extraordinary global event that the Western world has not properly responded to. Not just the Western world, the rest of humanity has not properly responded to. It used to be there used to be a message on the DCC website about how welcoming this city is to refugees. I went looking for it, but the general comments are still there. We are a city based on refugees from various places, and we've always prided ourselves on how we support communities that have been alienated from elsewhere one way or another. What's different here? We've got local residents asking us for support to get their families out of a hellish situation. Anyone who doesn't support that shouldn't be sitting around this table. What's more, we've actually been alerted to some quite scary and most worrying information about visa access, and the document that's been distributed supports that more with the questions of, because of the lack of visa status, the children of refugees being alienated from our education system. And it's a matter for another day, but it's a matter that we do need to attend to. New Zealanders used to be really proud of having an independent foreign policy. Councillor O'Malley touched on this. We don't have that position anymore, sadly. If we still had an independent foreign policy, then government would have moved on this as they moved on, other governments have moved on Afghanistan and Kosovo earlier and the Ukraine. There's no big deal about this, it just needs to get done, and our contribution must help convince government to take the sensible step of removing what is, it's a bit understated to call it a roadblock, putting in place something that needs to happen because it is the right thing to do. Thank you.
Councillor Fiso.
Tēnā koe, Mr Mayor. I'd like to acknowledge the mover and seconder, and also, of course, the whānau who have come and ensured that we actually, in our lives of privilege, who may have the choice to ignore the stories and not watch YouTube videos, not watch Al Jazeera. I just want to point out to Councillor Van der Vest about history being written by the victors. We are actually living history, and I echo the call of Kerry Cleaver as mana whenua to say, think about the views that our mokopuna generations will have after us. And I just want to salute mana whenua and tangata whenua who've walked alongside the Palestinian whānau and everyone else in terms of manaakitanga and the special acknowledgement of always being there to throw an umbrella, a shelter of protection, of spirituality, acknowledging that the whānau are sleep deprived and they're also mourning, deep, deep mourning. And yet they are still conscious of carrying out their obligations to to society because they want to continue to contribute to the strength of New Zealand as a whole. I also want to acknowledge whānau who have, I also want to acknowledge other New Zealanders, other Dunedinites who have gotten in behind, have fundraised to support Rashad and Mohammed to get those 10 whānau members out of Gaza into Egypt. I just want to acknowledge that Mohammed spoke to us, some of us on Sunday night, talking about the exploitation that's been waged on whānau who get out of Gaza. They are offered flats or apartments at 300, whatever the currency is, and then there's stages where they say it's no longer available, but this flat is available, and it's at an increased price. And then there's another one, and then there's also the human nature, I guess, of exploiting people who are already desperate and needy, and they are appealing also for Egyptian or Syrian tenants rather than Palestinians. So Palestinians are at the bottom of the heap in their own land, and they're being slaughtered. And then when they get out of Gaza, they're also being exploited, and I think it's disgusting. And I think that if you vote against this, you are also disgusting. And I just want to acknowledge another story that Mohammed related to us on Sunday, is that he has an Irish friend, and this guy was panicking about his visa or his residency, so he contacted immigration or whoever's in charge of the machine, and he was informed that his residency would be granted the next day. Meanwhile, Mohammed and other whānau have been waiting for months and freaking years. It's not right.
Thank you. Your right of reply, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One of the rally cries each Saturday is Christopher Luxon, are you listening? Grant the visas, grant them now. And we've deliberately kept this motion really tight. It's about visas. It's not taking a side, contrary to what's been suggested. It's about visas. I want to thank colleagues who helped us to wordsmith this and get it onto the agenda, and the staff who use their expertise, and mana whenua for their support today. Thank you, colleagues, for the comments you've made. You've shown great humanity, and the trust I had in you and saw in you on Friday has been replicated today. Councillor Walker talked about how heartbreaking it is. Councillor Wiley about feeling sense of shame that this hadn't happened already. Councillor Houlihan, that it touched your heart. I think that's in common with all of us. Councillor Mayhem talked about the trauma. Councillor Vandervis talked about it being not our business. I beg to differ, Councillor. It is our business. These are members of our community who are suffering and have asked a very small thing of us, write a letter. That's all we're doing. But it's important. Councillor Barker talked about it being our core business, and you are part of our community. You've been part of our community for so long. Councillor O'Malley talked about the possibility of changing the motion with respect. Councillor O'Malley, I'm not going to do that for a number of reasons, but this was very specifically researched as being the best focus to have, but I take your point. Councillor Benson Pope talked about being moved, and Councillor Lafiso, I want to acknowledge your steadfast, amongst other colleagues, but your steadfast solidarity with the Palestinian community over many, many, many weeks. This is a humanitarian focus. It's about providing a safe haven. I heard somebody describe it as fleeing a death sentence and escaping a living hell, and I don't think that is by any means overstating the case. New Zealand is known for leading the way in matters global, and I like to think Ōtepoti Dunedin likes to be the first and to be leaders. And this is about a very bespoke visa. It will be different from the Ukrainian one, it'll be different from the Afghani one. It'll be right for this situation and your family members. And to members of the Palestinian community, we have heard you. We heard you this morning say, please help us. And we have heard you say that, and we are responding. And I say again, I acknowledge your great courage and bravery in bringing your stories to us and voicing them. It takes a great deal of courage, and it triggers all of that trauma yet again. And finally, I want to go back to my very first statement about the rally cry, and I want to say to the Prime Minister Christopher Luxon, listen, please listen. The Palestinian community is asking for help. We ask you to grant these visas and to help ensure safe passage for whānau out of Gaza, out of the West Bank, for those affected. And Minister Erica Stanford, we have acknowledged that the roadblocks and the obstacles that you see, we do not see. We have evidence that they are not there. Family are waiting in countries to come here. Minister Stanford, please help the Palestinian community. Please help us with this. So thank you, colleagues. It seems it will not be unanimous, but I trust that it will be a very large majority, and I urge you to vote yes.
Thank you. We'll take the motion by division.
Councillor Ackland.
Aye.
Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Benson Pope. Aye. Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Gilbert.
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan.
Aye.
Councillor Lafiso.
Aye.
Councillor Lucas.
Aye.
Councillor Mayhem.
Yes, with all my heart.
Councillor O'Malley.
Aye.
Councillor Vandervis.
No.
Councillor Walker.
Aye.
Councillor Weatherall.
Aye.
Councillor Wiley.
Yes.
Mayor Raddick.
Aye.
Carried 14-1.
Thank you. Kia ora. If people want to stay, we've got a few. We'll be moving on with the agenda now. But if you'd like to leave, now's a good moment because we'll just give you a minute or two to get out of the room. We're going to adjourn after the next three items on the agenda, which is a confirmation of minutes, actions from resolutions of council meetings and the forward work program. My expectation is it won't take us that long, but it's items 6, 7 and 8, and then we'll adjourn for lunch. So we'll see how we go.
Your Worship, can we just take a couple of moments just to let the... Yeah, say
Yes,
goodbye. Thank
sure.
you.
He will, so I'll move that we adjourn for 5 minutes. Seconded, Councillor Wiley. All in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against, anyone? No. Very good. 12:30. But you never know. So, I move that, are there any questions about those minutes, firstly? Any questions for the Chief about the minutes of that meeting? Okay, so I move that we confirm the public part of the minutes of that meeting held on the 30th of April 2024 as a correct record. Seconded, Deputy Mayor Lucas. Has anyone got any comment further? In which case, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Next is item 7, actions from resolutions of council meetings. So it says that, do you wish to speak to this? No. Do we have questions of the Chief or anyone else about the actions from resolutions of council meetings? Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. On page 36, it's referencing, hang on, let me just pull it up where I can see it. The 27th of March notice of motion single-use cups. It says workers beginning. Can you clarify what workers beginning actually means?
Well, I bought myself one. No, we've started to think about it, but at a very low level. As soon as the annual plan is done, we will look to work out at an organisational-wide level how we start to give effect to it. We've had a discussion at a high level with DVML because they've got a slightly longer runway than us. So that's where we're at. Immediately following the annual plan, we will start to focus on it a little bit more.
Any other questions, Deputy Mayor Lucas?
Thank you. Just on the next page, on page 37, on the completed item, Dunedin Railways, where it says completed with Dunedin City Holdings have included the funding in their 24-25 budget. And I think this was raised because we had previously indicated to DCH that we wanted them to be funding Torres Bridge Railway up to $2 million, and which they hadn't been doing. So I'm just not sure with them saying that that's completed by having it in their budget. I'm just not. Whether that's actually going to happen, because we wanted them to actually progress the train.
And that may not be Council's expectation around the use of that money, and then there will be some more work coming potentially in July on Railways Full Council that will look to that issue as well.
Done. Councillor O'Malley.
Thanks. Mine's to page 38 on the 2 letters that were written back in start of May, 13th of May. Have we heard back from the government on either of those letters?
Not to my knowledge. I have seen nothing.
And I guess because it's pertinent to today as well. What do we do after we write a letter?
Good question.
Typically, well, my experience is that they do reply, but it takes a while.
Okay, thanks.
So, but probably maybe in the next week or so. 3 weeks would be my observation so far of this government.
That's a good point.
I'll speak to it when we get speak.
All right. Councillor O'Malley, Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Following on from that, on the notice of motion for Dunedin Hospital and this report for action and resolutions, there has been media recently about possible cuts. I'm just wondering what action we are planning to take or where we sit with that. I know we've had a meeting recently with Te Whatu Ora staff, but have we followed up to check, or are we going to follow up to check what cuts, if any, there might be with increased costs on that build? Is there anything more that we can be doing to keep that in the... My question is, you know, do you think we need to do more in the light of the fact there's been media recently about concerns around increasing costs to the hospital?
Do you have advanced knowledge of the budget?
No.
Oh.
So
Then
your
perhaps we should
answer
wait.
is wait for the budget. Is that what you're saying?
Because anything else is just speculation.
Okay, thank you.
So, are there any further questions of the actions from resolutions? No? So I'll put the motion that, sorry? Oh, you wish to speak? Yes, okay. Thank you. Come back.
It's just that when we write these letters, that's an opening statement, and if we don't have a policy that we're actually behind the content of the letter, then it's quite easy for the government to go, "You're breaking up, I can't hear you," and then there's no answer, and that's a pretty standard political response. If you have a hot potato handed to you, just drop it. So I'm not sure what we're going to do, but I feel that as we go forward with doing these letters, we need to also have a policy of follow-up. And if the answer is yes, then it's complete. If the answer is no, then it's only partially complete, I guess would be my statement.
Very good. Councillor Houlihan?
Thank you. Yes, I think there's a lot of things happening at the moment with this new government that is having an impact on the people in our city, and particularly we saw it today around our citizens who are refugees from Palestine and Gaza, and they've suffered traumatic things, and they have come to us asking for help. But what they made it very clear is that they want us as councillors to advocate for them, and that's what we've been doing. Well, I think we did one of the most successful campaigns around the hospital that I've ever seen a council do, with our T-shirts, the postering, the messaging that went out everywhere. I thought it was fantastic. However, my concern is it has stopped. And I know we're still meeting with Te Whatu Ora, but this is now referring around the Dunedin Hospital, and I think it will apply to this letter today that we've agreed to send to the government, that I don't think it's enough, as Councillor O'Malley said, to just send that letter. I think we've got to follow up, and we've got to be not in their, well, yes, in their faces. We've got to remind them every day of this is our concern and this is what we want. And I am just concerned that in the media there's been quite a bit of talk around the increased costs in the hospital, and I think we need to just remind the government that, you know, these were promised and these are commitments we hope that are being kept. And as the Mayor says, we may see something in the budget for this. Hopefully we do. But if there isn't anything in the budget, I think we need to then ramp up things and invoke the full campaign again, because otherwise we're at risk of losing our new, you know, the benefits of all the things that were promised in that new hospital. And as we heard in the economic development meeting last week, the benefits around health for our city and in that digital health sphere are limitless. There's heaps of opportunities we can bring in that sector, particularly with the university and combining in a collaborative cluster all those things. So I think we need to keep our fingers on the pulse on this very, very closely.
Good. Councillor Gary?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to follow up on Councillor O'Malley's comments, which are very helpful, actually, I just wanted to say that in this particular case, I would expect that what we have done will be reported in the media. Other councils will see that. You will have seen we've had a letter from another council through local government, New Zealand. The Mayor will no doubt be discussing it when he attends Metro. And
the other contexts that we individually have in local government, another opportunity for us to socialise it. And then we heard today about the collective voice. In this particular instance, PPTA, Mana Whenua, and others. And if the government is hearing these voices, and I want to mention my colleague to my right, Councillor Wiley, who's already, you'll find in your inbox, already written a letter to Minister Stanford.
Still here, about to go.
Oh, still here, about to go. Saying, you know, I'm not happy about this and this is what we've done. So we all have different ways to take it from there, and it's starting with the decision. And this would be the case for other letters that we are writing. It provides a platform from which to do other things. So I think that's a discussion, a wider discussion for another day, but those would be my thoughts at this point.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? Okay, I'll just make the point as far as the New Dunedin Hospital goes, their letter to there. We got a response back, which was relatively neutral, but historically all three coalition partners supported the build of the New Dunedin Hospital. So my full expectation is that they will proceed with it as per the current plan. However, it remains to be seen, and perhaps we'll know more about that on Thursday. So, having said that, I'll now put the motion that Council notes the open and completed actions from resolutions of Council meetings, as you've seen before you. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Anyone against? Carried. Item last before lunch, number 8. This is the Forward Work Programme for Council on page 39. Are there any questions? Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. On page 43, it talks about the Aurora Energy proposal, and I was wondering if there was an update. The timeline says that deliberations will be held in June 2024. However, I think we only have one meeting scheduled, which is an ordinary council meeting.
The directors have written requesting some time to consider the public submissions and provide some further advice. Since this was produced, it looks now more likely that deliberations will be in July, and there'll be a meeting scheduled for that.
Okay, Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. On page 41, around the more submissions, the submission to central government, it says that 11 submissions have been considered, etc. I've got a few questions on it. The first up is, do we have any idea if our opinion varied greatly from the LGNZ submissions that they put together? And if so, how many of them?
Sorry, which one?
We would only be guessing, I would have to say, but generally when we consider submissions, we circulate that table. It says if LGNZ is submitting and if we think we will have a unique view. Oh, sorry.
I can also speak to that, in that the most recent submission that I made on Council's behalf was to say that we supported LGNZ and Taitua position, their submission.
I guess my point / I'll try and word it in a question, is that I'm loosely aware of just how much in the way of resources goes into writing submissions, and it does seem, given we have spoken about it to the current president of LGNZ before he was, that it's something that LGNZ could be doing rather than us putting our resources in, but that assumes that our opinion doesn't vary too greatly, hence my question.
And so, if I may, Mr Mayor, we at an executive level do that assessment first before we send out the suggestions for where we think we should submit and shouldn't. We have been submitting less often than we had been to the previous government, partly because of the nature of the legislative program that this government is running and the time that is available to actually write submissions. But we are, so it's a tension.
And I'd just make the comment that for some, it's quite important for us to emphasise certain points, I think. That whilst our submissions may be aligned, there are things of particular concern to us. And so, for instance, in the recent fast track bill, liability, financial liability for costs to infrastructure that may be required, or unexpected consequences of fast track provisions. It's quite important to stress that for us as a city.
So another question then would be, is it possible to stress those without having to write an entire submission? We agree with LGNZ, but would also like to add. Again, I'm just trying to save time because resources are limited.
Absolutely, and if you one of the submissions you have on your paper today is very short, for example, and it basically says we agree with the submissions of those other agencies, the ones on the casino, and then just lists a couple of points that are DCC specific. So we do try and be pragmatic, but ultimately it's a call for council. They're your submissions, staff prepare them, and then it's up to you how much detail you want to include.
Okay. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. I've got a question around the performing arts segment where it talks about how the staff are having regular meetings with the Dunedin Theatre Network. A MOU has been completed and a report will be presented in August. I'm just wondering, does that mean that staff are working with that group as a preferred option? Or where does that leave the people who came and spoke to us and wanted a professional theatre?
Kia ora, Councillor. You'll remember that Council has asked us to work with the Theatre Network, and so we are doing that. But we are also meeting with Stage South, and we also meet with the Regent, and actually anybody who wants to come and have a conversation with us about the theatre. But first and foremost, we've been asked to work alongside the Dunedin Theatre Network, and so we do meet with them regularly, and they do have the MOU. But we are meeting with others as well.
So following on from that, if Council was concerned about some buildings that might be improved in this, but aren't suitable for professional theatre, which is it correct to say, as I understand it, this work was being done to try to look for a replacement for the professional theatre, Fortune Theatre, that was lost in our city?
Yeah, well, Councillor, this work is being done as part of Council's aims to provide a performing arts space theatre for the city. What has come out of a whole series of community consultation has been the Dunedin Theatre Network, and so that's who we've been working with.
I'm really concerned that new information came forward from speakers who came and met with us around this table since the Dunedin Theatre Network put its proposal, and they were very in support of a professional theatre. And I'm just concerned that this is progressing, but could it be at the detriment of some of the other proposals that were put to us?
If I could, Councillor, and thank you, Ms. Wikaira, we have a specific council resolution that this work is responding to. In your annual plan deliberations, which are about to take place over the next day or two, council may choose to provide different guidance, but at the minute, this is the resolution we're working to.
Councillor Walker, you can come back with another one. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And it goes back to Sophie's, Councillor Barker's point, and around the Aurora now delay. And the question is to, I guess, you, CEO, because some of us, and I'm certainly in that boat, who have planned trips abroad, and this is probably going to be one of the biggest decisions Council makes in a very long time. Can we be assured that we'll be part of the process of landing on a date related to potential flying times and also taking into account time differences? Can I just have some assurance?
Absolutely, and that's one of the reasons I was not able to be specific, because I'm aware of many of you who have travel plans in July.
Thank you. Good. Councillor O'Malley.
My question also relates to the Aurora hearings. And I guess my question is, what's happened that the deliberations have to be moved beyond June? If it's DCHL wanting to come back and tell us something, are they responding to the hearings from the 14th to the 16th, which were done in public? And I guess my question would be, is DCHL's response to us going to be in public?
I'm not sure, has the letter been circulated? Have you seen the letter? Yeah. And so a good chunk of it will be in public, but there will be an element that may not be. and so we just will work through that.
What will the mechanism for us to be able to test the validity of the statements we hear in the private or non-public environment to such a way that the people of Dunedin can be comfortable that we've in fact we've received fully balanced information?
So that's part of what we're working on. I think that letter suggested that we would look to bring in some independent advice separate from the directors who are independent, because directors are independent, but someone to potentially peer review that advice, and we're just working to find someone who hasn't already been involved in the process.
What role will we have in picking the independent person, entity?
We haven't got to any level of detail, but I have been at a high level discussing with the Mayor.
Just in general terms at this point. Very good. Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. 2 questions. The first one relates to page 42 when we talk about the Otago Museum Act, and I know there is a paper on our agenda, but I don't think that paper addresses what I thought was here, because the question was really to look at whether the Otago Museum Act was still fit for purpose in terms of funding going forward, because that's really where it seems to me, this is now the second year I've sat here, that this is a major issue, and I thought that's what we were trying to address, and I don't think we've yet tackled that issue.
I'll have to check. I thought there was another part to this, I think, historically, that was about writing to government about the legislation, and I think we did that to say that it wasn't, the ledge wasn't good.
I think it comes back to the earlier debate that we had about what was the response, because I think that sort of dropped off, and that's really what my point is that I think we agreed that the legislation maybe not fit for purpose anymore, but where are we at with that?
I suspect, given that the action was to write a letter, we wrote a letter in support of the museum, and I think that it's a good point highlighted as part of this, that maybe we need a slightly different process. If I could again, Mr Mayor, given that there is an item later on the agenda, it may be that there's an opportunity to reinforce an approach to the legislation.
That might be helpful, thank you. And my second question relates to page 44 in relation to the 2GP, and it talks here about notification of that is expected to be in late 2024. But then I go on to page 45 in variation 3, and it says a pre-notification councillor workshop is proposed for mid-June, timing to be confirmed. So I'm trying to reconcile my own mind. If we're having a workshop in June, why is it taking so long until November to notify? I mean, this is something that we've talked around this table for more than a year about variation 3. I'm just wondering what the timing is on that.
Sorry, I'm not a technical expert in this area, I'm sorry, and I suspect Mr Ward isn't, but I'm happy. I know that a workshop has been scheduled with you all next week on it, but I'll provide an update at that point.
Just a question. When we get a letter back from government, say, in response to a letter we've written, would it be appropriate to publish those in the minutes or in the forward work program or something?
Through you, Mr Mayor, rather than come up with a solution on the fly to that, I think we might just, if we could consider it in the round and look at how we might just have a better process.
Yeah, well, I'm just putting it out there. I'm not expecting to decide on it today. It's not on the agenda for a decision. However, next question is Councillor Venovas.
Following on from Councillor Gilbert's quite reasonable suggestion that we try to reduce the cost of the submissions that we are putting out. I was a Dunedin City Councillor for many years prior to the beginning of the council submission industry. In my first years on council, this is something we never did, and I'm quite glad of it actually. The significant costs of making submissions to government are known, but the benefits are questionable, and I haven't seen any in all my years on council. The same applies for Local Government New Zealand as an expensive organisation with little representative or beneficial result that I can see.
Councillor, we're in question time.
So the question is, why should we continue to make submissions, and why should we continue to fund Local Government New Zealand when Auckland have quite wisely unshackled themselves from it when it costs so much and the benefits seem to be illusory?
Well, from my perspective, I think there's strength and unity, and I'd much prefer that Auckland came back into the fold, and there is, moves afoot within LGNZ to pull them back in. And so I am always err on the side of unity, and having a joined-up conversation with all of other local government authorities in New Zealand, I think is the best way to influence government. And unfortunately, we've ended up in this situation due to perhaps less effective representation to central government in the past, and so that consequently Auckland has left and decided that they don't want to spend that money. In the meantime, we're still making representations of general usefulness to LGNZ is making representations of general usefulness to all local governments, so Auckland gets the benefit of that without contributing. But
can you give any example of where a submission actually has made a positive event?
You just asked me for a reason why. There's a reason. I don't want to get into a debate about it at this point, but it's just the counter view. Anyway, Councillor Houlihan has a question.
Thank you. Yes, looking at the further down here on page 43 around the commuter rail, I know that's put for the 9-year plan. However, I'm just wondering, because there's been a lot of talk of people trying to get the Southerner going back again, and I realise that's not going to be commuter rail as such for daily bring in and out, but it might have, if that Southerner got going, it may actually benefit commuter rail. Is at any level in council, are we talking to those people that are advocating for to try to get the Southerner going? And I believe there was talk, it was on the news the other night, of possible trials for commuter rail as well. Is there anything we are doing around that sphere at the moment when there's, excuse the pun, but when there's traction?
The answer is no.
The answer is I'm not aware of anything. I can check with staff. I know that the work on the resolution here is progressing. Whether that is quite as broad as looking at the Southern, I can't offer a view. I'm Councillor.
Just thinking. Oh.
The only comment I have is that we need to get the Canterbury Western Regional Transport Committee involved as well, because when you do public transport outside one regional area, every committee has to be involved. Not having a lot of luck at the Otago South and RTC to get that going. So maybe you could write to the chair of the committee, who's Kate Wilson, right, and give her, well, just a request to move.
Right. Are there any further questions? Because we do appear to have exhausted questions. Oh, another question. Councillor Houlihan.
Question to that. So if, say, for example, Councillor O'Malley and myself wanted to, I'm including him because he's raised this, but to write to Christchurch and to Timaru, can we just do that, or what is the process of that? If councillors want to start a liaison with other councils around public rail and passenger rail, what is the process? Can we just contact them, or who should we do that through the mayor or CEO, or what would the process be for that, please?
Could I make a suggestion?
Yes.
Well, to me, it would seem that if you write in your own right.
Right. Okay. Yep.
Yep. So
right.
It's a matter of which right how you spell each right. But if you write in your own right, then you're free to write a letter. But if you want to write on behalf of council, then we'll need to bring it to a council meeting and discuss it.
Okay. Thank you.
So, are there any further questions? Okay, in which case, I move that the council notes the, I'm going to put the motion. I think we haven't moved it. Okay, so I'd like to move that council notes the updated forward work program as shown in your notes. Seconded, Councillor Mayhew. Great. All those in favour say aye. Okay. Oh, you're going to speak to it. Yes, sorry. Golly. Indeed, yes. Look, I feel no need to speak for it, but who would like to? So, Councillor O'Malley.
I just want to follow up on Councillor Houlihan. The procedural component would probably be that the council needs to come to a position, and then we can take that, the DCC then can take that to the Regional Transport Committee and ask the Otago Southland Committee to communicate with the Canterbury Western one. And my other just thing about Aurora is I do want to make sure that from this point on, everything is absolutely out in the public and everybody can see where we're heading.
Thank you. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Yeah, my concern around the rail was that at the moment when there's things that are happening in the news and there's a lot of talk about it, where there's traction, it seems a shame for us to sit back and wait to mention it, you know, in a year's time or whatever, when there might not be that momentum. So that's my concern, is that I think we need to jump on the train and get the momentum, go along the track and get it while it's moving. Excuse the ridiculous puns. But anyway, just what came up in the discussion previously around why do we submit. I at some point I thought, there does seem to be quite a few submissions, but you know, particularly from our discussion today and from other things that have come up, I think it's really important that as a council we do submit to things as they come up, from particularly, anyway, from my opinion, is particularly at the moment with a government that's pushing through things that I find quite a few of them quite alarming. And also, we are here to advocate. I think it can't be said enough that we do have regular everyday things that we need to do as a council. However, I think it goes further than that. We are representatives of the people in Dunedin, and I think it is our right to put submissions in when there's things that affect the people who live here. And there's numerous things that come up, and I'm really proud of our council for making those submissions. Yes, making a submission may cost a bit of money, but you know what, if every person said, I don't think my voice makes a difference, well, as Councillor O'Malley mentioned earlier, what will we get? Nothing. And I think it's worth us actually putting our voices in, and when we do a submission, we might not be always, but when we do a submission in general, we are a unified voice and we are talking and advocating for the people in our city. And I think that's really important. I think we should keep it up. And I love the stuff we've been doing around issues that pop up that are outside our normal work, but they are our normal work because they affect our city, like, for example, the hospital build, and, for example, today. You know, things like that do make a difference, and the people, they really are grateful for our help.
Thank you. Councillor Vandervis.
I have an entirely different view to Councillor Houlihan. Government pushing through things that I find quite alarming is what she said. What Councillor Houlihan finds alarming is not what we're here for. Councillor Houlihan is here to represent the best interests of the city as a whole, not what she personally finds alarming at the government. The idea that we should put our voices in is fair enough. I'm all for people putting their voices in, but using significant amounts of ratepayers' money to do it via an expensive and, quite frankly, as I see it, useless submissions industry, and then further funding local government New Zealand to do much the same, again, to no useful effect that I've ever seen, and I've been here a very long time now. All those millions that have gone into the submission process, I think we've far better spent if we actually focused on what we have direct control over. And the main thing that I'm deeply concerned that we don't do here, we involve ourselves in all kinds of other sorts of issues, whether it be Palestinians, whether it be submissions about whatever. We don't focus on the fundamentals of how we operate our finances, how we deal with our debt, and how we operate our core services.
Sorry, point of order. I mean, he's accusing us, 25.2, misrepresented, not factual, accusing us of not doing our rudimentary stuff properly, Mr Mayor.
And I will uphold that point of order. I think it's very unfair to say that we don't focus on that. We'll be spending all day tomorrow and the next day focusing on exactly that. So I'm afraid that is not a valid point to make. So
I withdraw the point if it offends people around the table. My apologies.
do you have anything further to say? No? We're done?
I'm not offended, Mr Mayor. It's the accuracy I want to deal with, which is what Councillor Walker said.
Well, that's right. Quite the opposite. We'll be doing exactly that over the next 2 days. So I upheld the point of order. So moving along. Does anyone else have anything else to say? In which case I'll put the motion that we note the forward work program. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. I now move that we adjourn for lunch. And I would like us to, I think, what do you reckon? 12:30 or 12:15? Oh, sorry, you won 1:30 or 1:15. Okay, so we'll take it by a show of hands. So who's for 1:15? Early. Who's for 1:30? 1:30 it is. Sorry, seconded. Yes, well, no, seconded. All those in favour of 1:30 return, say aye. Aye. Thank you. Casino. Submission on Dunedin Casino, page 47 in your agenda. We've got,
Let me just check, it's not clear, and I've just...
sorry, is someone going to speak to this?
Yes, Kevin.
Kevin, is Kevin Mr. Meechan to the chair? I don't see him. He was here.
He was here earlier. And councillors, if I could
Waited
just...
patiently for a long time. Yes, Ms. Hawako to the chair.
No, well, maybe, no, we should, if we could, Mr Mayor, probably better to wait for Mr Meechan. Yeah, and if I just point out, councillors, there's an administrative error on that report. The authoriser shouldn't be Ms Austin. I should be down as the authoriser.
Right, so I've got his number.
Change the order. I think we should move on to the next item.
Really?
Can we just have an adjournment, Mr Mayor, for 5 minutes while we get it?
Yes, all seconded. Deputy Mayor Lucas, all those in favour say aye. Carried. come to the table. Ms. Huako. Look, I'd have to say it was clearly a mistake having a long lunch because we've taken even longer. So goodness. Let us resume. We can start rolling now. So, firstly, to take questions on this casino paper. Are there any questions? Come to the table. Ms. Huako. Look, I'd have to say it was clearly a mistake having a long lunch because we've taken even longer. Firstly, to take questions.
Dad's going to be laughing at us.
That's right. In the meantime, has anyone got a question? Nobody? Right. Okay, are we ready to resume? Councillor Vandervis.
The submission speaks of positive impact of the casino and a lot of work that's gone into reducing gambling harm. My question really is, and I'm not sure if any of the panel here can answer it, would the gambling harm be less if there was no casino at all?
I couldn't really answer that. However, sitting in meetings with the Department of Internal Affairs, it would indicate that yes, there would be more harm because the casino is so well controlled. They operate under different rules to normal Class 4 venues like pubs. They're quite different. Like if you go into the casino if you're there for more than 2 hours, you'll have someone come up and have a chat with you, just to check you where you don't get that in pubs.
Thank you. That's the answer I was hoping for.
Thank you. Next question, Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. I note that the Casino Trust has increased its distributions in terms of grants over the last few years, but in their submission they talk a lot about how they give a lot back to the community, but I do think, I don't know whether you've got any idea of how much other casinos give back. I do think it is a relatively small amount when you think of the number of people through the door and the turnover that they have, that it is a relatively small contribution which they put a lot of, emphasis on.
Yes, I have no idea how it goes there. It's one of the smaller casinos in the country, so presumably the others would give out more, but I have no idea.
Thank you. Councillor Benson-Pope.
My question's about this. Thank you. My question is about the same issue. Compared with the Class 4s that you've mentioned, they contribute a much lesser percentage of their profit. And in previous submissions, we've referenced that. Would it be possible to include a similar comment as we have historically about the disparity in the community contribution between them and other gaming sites?
If I could just check, we could do that provided that fits within Council's view of what a minor editorial amendment is. Otherwise, we would need some wording to that effect.
Well, so you happy that it fits within minor editorial? Right, so it will be dealt with. Are there any other questions? Well, there we go. That was quick. Thank you very much. So, that being the case, Councillor Vandervis has moved that we approve the DCC submission and the Chief to make any editorial changes and someone to speak at the hearings. Seconded by Councillor Gilbert. Would you like to speak to it? No? Does anyone wish to speak to it? Councillor Fiso?
Tēnā koe, Mr Mayor, tēnā koe to the tēnā kōrua to the staff reps speaking to this paper. I think that given that my whānau and a lot of other whānaus actually submitted against the existence of the casino, I think it's consistent with me, and given my comments at past council meetings about the gambling harm, not of online gambling but of actual, pokies and all that stuff, and I understand that the casino is a different category. However, I guess it's a protest vote, given that the challenges and the so-called living costs crisis and the harm and damage, it's all connected as far as I can see. The so-called concerns about violence and lack of safety, for me, casinos are all about that, and they're just really privileging people who can afford to do that. I understand, I appreciate Mr. Meckin's point about the need for casinos to exist. However, I won't be supporting this because I don't believe that a casino is not the first priority for the real people of the city. Kia ora.
Right. Any other speakers? Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I recall a prominent member of the casino board being in my office when the news came through that the casino licence had been granted in the first instance. And I remember thinking, of course he was jubilant, I remember thinking with a sinking feeling around the harm that it would impact on vulnerable communities. However, I was pleased to read about the control in the casino and the management of harm. I chaired 2 times ago the Class 4 gambling bylaw hearings, and I learned a great deal through that, and of course that's quite a separate matter to the casino. So I am pleased to hear that it is well controlled. However, I have the same issue that Councillor Lucas raised around it's all very well applauding the fact that, they have given money. Look at us, we've given money, we've given it to this person, that person, so that's all very well, and I think, if I'm correct, they have to do that. But at the quantum, I'm not impressed. I think they could do better, and that would be my challenge to them. I'm listening to the rest of the debate before I decide where I will put my vote.
Very good. Councillor Mayhem.
I, like Councillor Lefiso, feel that gambling does a huge amount of societal harm, and it's like alcohol. It's far too easily accessible in all of its forms, from lottery to online to the casino. So I personally won't be putting my support to this. Thank you.
Right. No further speakers. A right of reply, Councillor Vandervis.
Having heard the speakers against, I agree the gambling is a problem, and you can tar the casino with perhaps making that problem worse in some regard. But we've heard from staff that if there was no casino, we would actually have a worse problem. And so if our aim really is just reducing gambling harm, then having a casino and having the controls that are in it, although I've never been myself, to me looks like the best option for the majority of Dunedin citizens. There is always going to be a need with some Dunedin citizens to gamble. There is a need for high-rolling tourists to entertain themselves in this way, as seen by the report which shows more than 2,000 people a week going through their doors. So given that there's a need, and given that harm is effectively reduced, and given that the casino meets that need to quite some degree, Those are the reasons that I think we could support this submission from the Mayor.
Thank you. Having said that, I'll put the vote. We'll take it by division.
Councillor Ackland.
Aye.
Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Benson Pope. Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Gilbert.
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan. Councillor Lafiso. Councillor Lucas.
Aye.
Councillor Mayhem.
No.
Councillor O'Malley.
Aye.
Councillor Vandervis.
Aye.
Councillor Weatherall.
Aye.
Mayor Raddick.
Aye.
Carried 11-2.
Very good. Item 10. Yes. Just give you full warning in case you didn't know that 10 came after 9.
Kia ora, Rory. Just checking you can hear us okay. We can hear you, more importantly. Way better. Oh, except we're just getting feedback again.
We're just getting ready for item 10. In case you didn't know that 10 came after 9. How come we got the echo?
Oh. Kia ora, Rory. Just checking you can hear us okay.
Yep, I can hear you okay. Do you have a second link in the room, like
Way
on
better.
Zoom, that's causing the feedback maybe?
Oh, except we're just getting feedback again.
Just getting ready for item 10.
Kia ora, Rory. Just another test.
Yep, how's that?
No feedback. No feedback. Sounds good.
Nice.
I need them to go down. Okay. Kia ora, Rory. Just another test.
Is there another test? Or was that feedback?
Sounds good. So
for Mrs. McLean. Please make them now. Are there any questions? Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. I'll wait for the echo to start in. Item number, or point number 18, it's got about the shipping and aviation emissions currently make up around 2% of global emissions, growing significantly, etc. And I apologise, I wasn't at the workshop the other day. You may have answered it then. Where do the emissions, what percentage of national emissions are shipping and aviation?
Mr. McLean, number 2, please refer to us as Rory and Scott to make life easier. The domestic shipping and aviation emissions are already within New Zealand's greenhouse gas footprint, so I won't speak to them, but there's a few different ways the Commission have covered in their draft advice that you could measure international shipping and aviation emissions. And if you use the amount of fuel that is used within New Zealand to refuel marine and aviation vessels, it would add up to 9% of what we currently measure. So that would be 9% additional, if that makes sense. So it's quite significant in terms of an emission source for this country.
Right, thank you, Roy. So are we saying that 9%, so the fuel that is used to refill, as I understand it, the place of origin and the place of destination share the ostensibly the emissions half. So is that 9% all of the fuel that goes in, or just the half of?
So what you're referring to there of the sharing between port of origin and port of destination is a different way of accounting for emissions. So that's another methodology you could use. Refueling, using that as your way of measuring it, you'd just be looking at the total quantity of bunker fuels used for marine vessels and the total quantity of aviation fuel used for airplanes within the country. So the Commission covers there's about five or six different ways that you could measure these emissions. We've chosen not to submit on that because it's a very technical question, and I'm sure there will be experts in the field who will submit. But the method I was referring to was refueling, and so the 9% under that method would be the total emissions based on all the fuel used within this country to refuel these vessels.
Gotcha, thank you. And I think Mr. McLean the Younger would also work.
Are there any other questions? It appears to be our only question. Okay, thank you. And so, do I have a mover for this? Councillor Gilbert, and seconded. Speak to it? No? Would anyone like to speak to it? Councillor Walker.
Yeah, excuse me. Thank you. Just very briefly, thanking Rory and his staff for putting this together. This is complicated stuff, and the issues at play here are not going to be easy to address or solve. And I just thank him for including those changes that we landed upon during the workshop, which was very useful. And I think paragraph 17 sort of pretty much encapsulated the stuff I wanted added in, which is trying to sort of get that sense of, or just point out we can't have it both ways. We can't want to do nothing about our emissions, but also at the same time want to remain competitive internationally. And I think what sits at the heart of that is the desires now internationally for companies to be seeing something be seen to be doing something to address their emissions from aviation and shipping. And whether we like it or not, the desire to see action across the planet on international aviation and shipping is gaining traction, and it ain't going to go anywhere with the new generation coming through who are asking pertinent questions around this subject. And again, whether we like it or not, New Zealand will already, those people in business will already be cognizant or even feeling the effects of the actions of international bodies, overseas markets and customers who are demanding and will keep demanding emissions improvements from business and industry everywhere, and I think rightly so. And I think the papers, in fact the article itself clearly points out that no change for business and industry is absolutely not an option. Well, it is an option, but you'll die if you don't decide to take up that option. And again, global action, but locally and nationally, will and is causing change to international shipping and aviation. And then that's whether or not that's by them doing something or them impelling the manufacturers of the airlines and the ships to create the technologies, which will be a part of the answer. It won't be the whole answer, but it'll be part of the answer moving forward. But in the interim, I don't think the effects of climate change can sit around and wait. And I think in closing, the choice for us really is just, and for things like submissions like this, the choice for us is to what extent we as a council want to play an active role in the process of that change that ultimately we hope will benefit not only the environment but the businesses that need and must trade internationally beyond these shores.
Very good. Councillor Vandevers.
I have two issues with this submission. First of all, that it is yet another submission, a lot of paper involved, a lot of time. But secondly, going to paragraph 12 on page 94, which says the DCC supports including international shipping and aviation emissions. This support of these emission reductions is basically, I believe, seriously compromising both city forests and Dunedin Airport International Limited. New Zealand is almost uniquely a long distance away from all other trading countries. We have very significant fuel costs involved in both shipping and aviation. The DCC has significant investment in both city forests and Dunedin International Airport Limited. And if we are to seriously include international shipping and aviation emissions in our reduction targets, especially since we're talking about reducing them to zero by 2030, then we are basically saying, well, city forests has negative value and probably so does Dunedin International Airport. Do we really want to do that to the people of Dunedin? Councillor Walker has said we want to remain competitive internationally. We can't remain competitive internationally if we carry on the road that we already have been on. In fact, we've been on it for some time. If you go back 70 years, New Zealand had the highest level of productivity in the OECD. We are now down the bottom with Greece and still falling. So we have a problem with owning both city forests and Dunedin International Airport Limited and claiming that we want international shipping and aviation emissions and reduction targets and wanting it by 2030. This is a have your cake and eat it too situation, which is very, very clear, which is, in my view, completely hypocritical and unworkable. And in any event, even if we were to include the international shipping and aviation emissions and get those targets down to zero by 2030, in terms of what provable use it would be, I haven't seen any evidence. So first of all, another submission. Second of all, devaluing two of our major companies. And third of all, where's the evidence that it's actually going to do any good? Thank you.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We had some comments made earlier today around the value of submissions, and that's just been reiterated. I want to say there is value in submissions. That's our job, actually, to advocate for our city in a whole range of issues. And I heard the councillors say lots of paper, lots of time. Well, councillor, that's our job. I beg your pardon? I'm speaking at the moment, sir.
Excuse me, councillor. You just...
If you were to look at paragraph 16, talks about other state governments setting targets for international shipping and aviation emissions, and we don't want to be left behind. No one said this was easy. Nothing about climate change is easy at all. And it's a fast evolving situation. And I thank colleagues who outlined the detail. I just want to finish by saying that I really appreciate the expertise in the zero carbon team. I want to mention Jefferson and Rory, who came and took a workshop under difficult circumstances. If you remember on Friday, and with not a lot of time, I thought they did an excellent job given those pressures. So thank you to the team for their expertise with these complex matters and for educating us in them, and for the work on the submission and also adding pieces to it.
Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Following up on that too, this submission is our submission. That's the reason we have a work room. We have a workshop to actually check that the wording does in fact reflect our views, and that's when we did it. Now we can, if we want to do it one more time, we can do it here, but standing order is not the right place to do it. So that's why we did it. And frankly, you have to attend to have an influence. OECD rankings at the end of World War II, the top 4 ranked countries were the 4 victor nations that had no fighting on them. Germany and Japan had a hard time being at the top of the OECD in 1946 for a reason. And then as time passed, they moved. So our ranking on the OECD has nothing to do with our position on carbon. It's just the way the world moved and where you were and what side you happened to be on at the end of World War II. To this point, I'm moving 12 through 17 of adding the international emissions. Well, that's great, because we can't live in denial. We don't make a product here and it just magically appears on the other side of the world, and something doesn't magically arrive here. It has a carbon footprint, and it is part of our doing our thing. It is not the end of the airport, and it is not the end of city forests. And in fact, I would say, having lived overseas for some time, the biggest thing that gives value to New Zealand products is our somewhat fake everything's green in New Zealand. The more we actually go towards proving that it is, the more valuable our products are, and any increase in cost that would come to us to achieving that will way be offset by the increased value we can charge for our product, because we can say it is sustainable. And then the last point, how long are we going to sit here in denial before the enormous economic impact of climate change hits us? And it'll hit us in we'll see it soon. I don't think within the next 40 years we won't need to have a third water intake made for this city. That is direct combination of climate change, direct impact on the cost of us. So we can sit around in denial as much as we want and proudly talk about how we don't waste money and we're so efficient. Well, I don't think that sitting out, putting your head somewhere and then saying you can't see the light is in fact what I would call good thinking. And I'm kind of getting tired of it. I'm super tired of it, actually, because we're going to find this will be yet another 13 or 14 1-2 vote. You know, how often do we have to keep doing this?
Councillor Hulan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I thought I would just tell a little story, actually. But before I tell my story, I just want to note that exporters and tourism operators, in my opinion, will all benefit if we can reduce the carbon footprint to any travel or anything like that, because as Councillor Malley said previously, our products are more valuable if we can show they've got a negative climate impact. And I was at an Institute of Directors event the other day, and one of the guest speakers was the chair of Silver Fern Farms. He had actually been awarded, I think it was, correct me if I'm wrong, I think he was awarded Chair of the Year. And he talked about how they had worked so hard to get their emissions down and work with all the, obviously they deal with farmers all around the area. And he said they'd got to a point where they had negative emissions, and they have some of their products in Sainsbury's in London, and he said he got this call contacted by one of the owners from Sainsbury's, and he said, I'm going to come out. And the guy travelled from, probably not a good advertisement of emissions, because he travelled from London to Dunedin to meet and meet with them at the board and to meet the people from Silver Fern Farms. And at that time he congratulated them, and he said, I have, you're going to be our prime meat supplier now because, or one of, from, I don't want to upset their locals, I'm sure they still have their locals, but outside of local produce, because of how you've got negative carbon emissions. I'm so impressed with what you've done with this. And so that just gave an example of how beneficial it is for our products and our cities to be proactive around this. Because yes, at times it is expensive and at times it is difficult, but the world is looking on and the world is saying they want change, and if we don't give it now, what will happen? They will force it. So we either be leaders of our own destiny, or we get forced to do it by someone else who will put, huge levies on us, and we will be followers rather than leaders, whereas our producers are better to be leaders rather than followers. And that's what an example was given before, is that because they were leaders, they were rewarded.
Yeah. So you're right to apply, Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. First up, I apologise for my confusing language apparently earlier on with questions around submitting. I'm not saying that submissions like this shouldn't be written. I'm merely suggesting that we don't need to reinvent or echo the wheel, the submission wheel, but rather add our voice to it, embellish the wheel, as it were. In reply to Councillor Walker, you're quite right. It is in terms of being seen to do or be doing something, and I think you used the phrase, I don't think the impacts of climate change can sit around and wait, and to me that is very much the point. The impacts of our actions or inactions will continue while we debate semantics or the differences of approach. At some point we need to draw a line in the sand, at least while we still have sand. And in reply to both Councillors O'Malley and Houlihan, I will take the lead of Councillor Houlihan and tell you a very quick story. I was in Hong Kong as part of a conference, as part of a visiting delegation of sorts with New Zealand Trade and Enterprise, visiting restaurants and hotels, and the impression to a person of New Zealand was that it was around a premium, clean product from a clean, green country. And the message was very clear: you make it, we buy it. So I don't agree that this is the end competitively of New Zealand. Quite the opposite. I think we are a country that is full of innovative thinkers, dreamers, creators, clever ways of doing things. We've had to, ever since, well, hundreds of years, we've had to be clever. We are at the other end of the world, very isolated, which means that we have to, that number 8 why mentality has to come out, and we come up with ways of doing things. So I don't believe, as I say, it is the end of competitive international presence. And not to steal too heavily from former President Obama, yes, we can. We can stand on the stage. We can continue what we're doing. In fact, we can even be better for it. So I think that's replied to everybody.
Right. So at this point, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against?
No. Recorded, please.
Thank you. Item 11. Hearings panel. Do we have any questions about this?
Happy to move.
Move and seconded. Councillor O'Malley, that's very good. Do you want to speak to it? Does anyone? No. Therefore, I put the motion.
This is going to be a fairly large hearing, and I just want to thank the three that I asked who've come forward to be willing to step and do their role as councillors. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone else want to speak to it? No. Very good. Therefore, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against? Carried. 12. The proposed event road closures. Are there any questions? Right. Are there any questions? I see no questions, in which case I have a mover, Councillor Vandervis, seconded by Councillor Ackland. Does anyone wish to speak to it? No one? Does anyone wish to speak to it? In which case I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Item 22. The CEO overview. Really? I think there's some other stuff we could get through, surely to goodness.
But we need to have an adjournment because that wasn't the plan and we don't have staff available.
Okay, well, just hold a minute. Well, firstly, we'll just hear from the Chief because there's possibly, well, it'd be fair to say that it was expected it would all take a bit longer, and so here we are, which is good. So, commentary, Chief.
So you've been more efficient than we thought you might be today, councillors, with the agenda that you had. Staff are ready to go tomorrow morning on this paper. I can get them over now if you would like, but I'd need a half-hour adjournment to be able to get them organised.
We'll just take speakers. Councillor Walker.
I just think in being fair, we were given an updated agenda, and certainly I worked according to that agenda in terms of my own preparation. I've allocated pretty much the rest of today and this evening to work on stuff. So it's not just staff as well. And it's primarily staff, actually, but it's also us.
Yes. We can. Everyone's good. Councillor Vandervis.
My preference is to come tomorrow when the staff are ready and fresh and do it then as planned.
Does anyone, sorry, Councillor, you got a comment to make?
Yeah, just a simple comment as well, is that this week was going to be annual plan and deliberations on Aurora as well, and Aurora's not happening at the moment. So I would like to think that to start up fresh tomorrow morning with item 22, and knowing we've also got scheduled all day Thursday, we should have plenty of time.
Yes. Does anyone desperately want to carry on today? No. So that's easily decided. So we'll end the meeting now and rejoin again at 9 o'clock tomorrow. Adjourn the meeting now until 9 o'clock. Sick at 10 tomorrow, really? Yes, I haven't got it in front of me. Okay, so I move that we adjourn this meeting till 10 o'clock tomorrow, which will happen after the workshop at 9. Seconded, Councillor Walker. All those in favour say aye. Against? Carried.